What is going on, YouTube world? We were in episode 17 of the Insert Revolution podcast. He's Steve. I'm Dave.
What's going on, guys?
Tonight, who are we sponsored by? Do we have any sponsors?
I think so. Pretty sure we do. Don't we always?
Tap into the mountains. He was right. For
Hey,
whatever reason, I
Paul.
was going to say taste the rainbow. I don't know why.
Well, I guess if I added some Skittles to it, maybe it would. I don't know.
I was going to say do the Jolly Ranchers with the Zima thing from like the 90s and maybe.
No, not going that route. How's it going, Paul?
What's up, Paul? Tonight, really no rhyme or reason. We sort of have something going on, but it's not topic centric, I'd say. As in like a specific, here's an insert or here's something in the hobby that we have a problem with or that we really like. It's more just a chitter chat show. That's which I think at times is going to be good for us just because, again, we can talk a lot. I know I say the same thing probably about 2.5 hours, and I'll sit there and think, man, did I already say this before? Did I go over this? Or did I go over this a previous episode? And I'm just like, I wish somebody on the side would just be like handing me like the cue cards from like SNL or something. Hey, you already went over this, dumbass. Shut up. Talk about something different.
Remember, we talk about stuff and things. So, or things and stuff. It just depending on which way you want to phrase it or put it. That's what we do. That's what makes this fun. This is what makes it enjoyable. And of course, the few crazy people that consistently come and join in and comment and pose some thought intriguing questions. I think you guys have lost your minds, but hey,
Come on, Ty.
Ty, you missed it.
Yeah, jeez, oh Pete.
Quit being late to the party.
Yeah, you know what time it starts. We're not late. Ever.
Yeah, we are. Every week.
I remember 7th grade. I was in Superior, Wisconsin. And again, being there from Ely was a huge difference. Ely had one elementary that was K through 6, and then 7 through 12 was at the high school. Down there, you had about 6 different elementary. Then you had 2 middle schools, and then you had Superior Senior High. So again, coming from a town of 3,400, then you go down there and it's 25,000 or whatever. That's a big jump. So when we got to middle school, Central.
Oh, thank you, Ed.
I believe that, Ed.
We need to frame that comment.
Yeah, that needs to be like a pinned comment somewhere. Going there was just completely different, and then again, not knowing anything about like a high school, middle school situation, we had these like planners, so you could try to be studious and write down whatever you had text and whatnot. But on the back, there's a little flap. And I think you got 7 of these little punches, or sort of like if you go to the dump and you have a punch card or whatever, or go to the grocery, or not the grocery, the convenience mart back in the day, and you had like a stamp card or whatever. Knock out a stamp if you're tardy. So I mean, I think I went through 2 or 3 of those planners. Anytime you run out, guess what? You need to go to detention. It was not good at that time with the padlock on the old locker, and I just could not remember the numbers. Because the numbers were the same. It was like 32, 28, 36. So I'm sitting there and fiddling with that every time. Had a locker that was away from all the other kids downstairs by the industrial arts area, and it was a nightmare. So I was happy to get back up here and pretty much everything in one building, and you didn't have to get your lockers. But yeah, that ties into being late, which we have never been late on this podcast. It's 7:35 sharp. If you're not here at 7:35, you will miss exclusive and exciting content.
You will miss absolutely nothing. Oh, man. So I'm actually looking forward to this show, as Dave kind of alluded to. No specific topics. We're just going to see where this kind of goes. Feel free to kind of chime in, ask anything that you can think you want to talk about, what you want to hear about. We do have a very special guest, though, this evening. I'm actually going to let Dave introduce for the first time ever.
You saw the old Instagram post I put up, I don't know, about time is it? Just under, I bet, 2 hours ago. To my knowledge, this person has not been on, shown his face on YouTube, social media, Instagrams, MySpace, AOL is Instant Messenger, MSN Messenger. So, and again, this is part of the 2020 where people look at it as just a shit year, which in a lot of regards, it's been fucking horrible. But in other regards, without 2020 being what 2020's been, a lot of you guys watching and gals watching, the one or two maybe that stumble across this and accidentally push play afterwards, we wouldn't know you. Steve and I'd still probably be texting, and that's probably about the extent of it. We'd show each other stuff and whatnot, and but I don't think we'd be doing this just because, again, we've gotten so engrossed in the hobby. And it's not like we haven't been before, but it just, you just start getting back into it, and then a pebble rolls down the hill, catches a little bigger rock, then it hits a boulder, and then everything just avalanches down. But without 2020 being the complete and utter gong show it's been, the positive flip side, which again, I am the purveyor of positivity.
Bullshit. Who said that? Oh, sorry.
I can say Matt, I would know because I watched the videos, but we didn't interact. Carlos, I knew from the one video, and that's been it. Or that would have been it. I mean, I don't know if I would have watched any more. Jeremy from Sports Cards Live, I wouldn't know him because he wouldn't be on because of all this stuff going on. Same with Amit. And I mean, I wouldn't know the greatness of Ziggy Palfy and that Upper Deck rookie. And then there's a lot of you guys in here too. Ty, we wouldn't talk as much as we do. I mean, you may message me as much, but not here. I don't want Bob Lewis. We'd talk to him probably a little. I mean, there'd still be texting, but I wouldn't be to the degree where I don't want to say we should feel responsible for some of these like cross-branding of relationships, but I like to feel that way because there's a lot of, I like this, and I've said it to anybody that wants to get on here. I want you to be on here with somebody you've never really interacted with, especially on camera, because you see the same sort of few people on the same sort of shows, which is fine. I like the diversity. I like to I want to cross-pollinate. I like to use that term. And like when Steve was on, a couple weeks ago with Matt and Bob, that's the first time. You've seen him in the comments. You probably watched a few of their videos. That's the first time you had any sort of actual face-to-face interaction with them, and I like that. And that's what they mentioned too when Bob was on, I think, one of Matt's collector type interviews. It was like, because we didn't know each other until we were on here, and I like it. I want that. If I can say nothing else for this show, besides that it goes entirely too long, I want to have the relationships and the friendships that we do value, that we do constantly. Not pimp. I mean, that's what, when we say it, it's not bullshit. It's,
yeah, we mean it.
That's the truth.
Yep.
So without 2020 being the absolute dumpster fire it's been, we wouldn't be able to converse or have these like serpentining, intertwining friendships, relationships, even casual conversations occur. So
without further ado.
And so with that being said, I don't want to use that without further ado, because that seems to be a catchphrase that pays, and I like to bludgeon when I hear it. This is a guy that both of us had no clue about. I will say that honestly. Before all the COVID stuff, then I started picking up the hockey, which again, Steve led me to that watering hole, and I drank the water. You posted on Instagram, somebody else knows Matt post whatever, starting to cross-pollinate there, and then all of a sudden this dude comes out of nowhere, and you never know with these people, because it's always one of those things where you see him comment, you see him participating. When you don't see people, it's you don't know. But I'm glad he's agreed to be on here tonight and make the debut, and that warms the cockles of my heart. I mean, it.
Did you just say cockles?
Anytime, and again, over the past few months, I consider him a good friend now, because we comment on a lot of stuff. He's always in here watching. I mean, so there's a screw loose, because if he's watching us, I mean, you are you're good people, but again, your hobby views are maybe not in what the general populace right now is, just investor driven or follow that hot card. It's you do you, and you keep going doing you, because that's what brings you happiness and joy. And this guy personifies that. So without further hesitation,
what's shaking?
What's going on, Vinny?
Uncle Vinny.
How you guys doing?
Doing fantastic.
Subcockles. Possibly one, definitely for Dave the colon. Possibly the kidneys. We'll never know.
Oh, so I have to say, Vinny and I have been texting quite a bit over these last couple of days, and I am going to give you a little crap, Vinny, because I can, because this is our show, so I can do that. And I know you won't mind, because you always come back. Vinny's been quite nervous about joining this crazy group of people for the first time. But on the flip side, he and I've had some great conversations. This is a fantastic individual that I am so thankful, past episodes, so thankful that because of what 2020 has given us, given me the opportunity to branch out and, engage in conversations with people that I normally wouldn't. Just some of the conversations we've had up to this point, they make me smile. They warm my heart. He's very appreciative of us. Don't know why, but at the same time, it's genuine. And I know I'm talking you up, Vinny, and I don't mean to put you on the spot, but it has been an absolute pleasure just chatting with you and texting back and forth in some of the stories. And I can't wait for the friendship to continue to grow. I mean that from the bottom of my heart.
Absolutely.
No, Ty, that is not something that is hard to do. But Vinny's got a warped sense of humor like Dave and I. I know it may not seem as such in the comments. He's a little bit more PC sometimes.
Reserved. Yep.
I'll give you PC.
Okay.
But to be able to chat with him, via text message and things along those lines. He's a lot like Dave and I, which I know is another one like us. That's a scary thought. But
That's why I'm here.
Well,
I came in, I watched a lot for about a year and a half, and then I made the jump, made an account, figured I'll start commenting, seeing where that takes me. Well, that didn't go too well. Who are you? Well, just like anybody else, making a statement, a comment, opinion, but it did not go over well. And then it was Lollapalooza, Cartapalooza, whatever it was, and was on something there. I was not getting a good vibe, so I rolled out of that, stumbled on the Matt's thing. Then I see Dave. I'm like, oh, this is interesting. And then I had what was it? A superpower, Lethal Weapons, Fleer Ultra, and I had a question on that. Or no, Fleer Metal.
Yep.
And Dave gave me the confirmation I needed that one's shiny, one's not. And I'm like, okay, that's what I thought. And from there, I'm like, oh, I'm going to go watch this guy's video. So I watched about 150 a day's videos, and much to my wife's chagrin. And when she wakes up in the middle of the night and there's you two on the middle of the screen, oh no, not those guys again. But
remember, it's what makes you happy, Vinny.
Her happy.
Okay.
That's what makes me
Okay,
happy.
wait. Okay, wait a minute. Happy wife, happy life.
Happy
Okay,
life.
sorry.
That's
I'll,
right.
I'll shut up.
So, but it's been, I started collecting probably like 89 with the whole Griffey thing. I was probably 12 or 13. And my brothers and I, we devised a plan.
And there she is.
Oh, there she is.
All right. Be nice to your hubby. Be nice to your hubby. Please and thank you. I know you may not like us.
Not many do.
But we like Vinny. Vinny's good peeps. And you may have something to do with that. Maybe, perhaps. I don't know. I'm trying to give you brownie points, Vinny. Is it working?
Nice. I don't know. She's upstairs. I'm in my hole downstairs. Yeah, there's not too many people that can walk in the door with a wife that just absolutely is a sports fanatic. What game's on today? And, she's watching the Wings. We're watching the Penguins. Not too much the Penguins. I have to go in another room. And, but baseball, football, hockey, soccer, basketball a little bit for college, but it's an easy environment to live in. And when your daughter plays like your wife plays, and my other two daughters played, so it's a sports type household.
So for those that don't know, Vinny, where you're from, or where do you live, or if you want to give that information out, if not, if you just want to tell everybody who you collect.
Well, I originally went, I was from Pennsylvania.
Okay.
Moved to Michigan almost 11 years now.
Okay.
So I've been here for, 11 years. And I have three daughters, and I started collecting back in 89. And like I was saying, my brothers and I devised a plan. My one brother did football and basketball. My other brother did baseball, and I did the hockey. And we kind of went around everywhere to shows, card shops. There were card shows at the local malls every week. And my brothers were there with all the dealers talking and learning the business. And, it was like a dream age 14, 15 that, that's what we wanted to do. And I remember my mom asking a card shop guy, do you do this full time? And he's like, well, yeah, I do. And tell them that this isn't a full time gig. I'm like, oh, it can be if you want. And, thinking back, I got out of the hobby probably close to 2000. but
Okay.
I always watched from afar. I picked up things here and there. And then when I moved, I packed up my little collection in a box and actually like a big tub, and I brought it with me. And my wife was sitting there one day, "You need a hobby, you work too much." And then Cecilia looked at me and said, "Hey, Dad, you need to collect cards again. It makes you happy." And I said, "Oh no, we don't want to go there." I said, "If you value any space in this household, you're gonna avoid that." "Oh, come on, Dad." My wife's like, "Yeah, get a couple things." I don't get a couple things. I go full bore or nothing. And the rest, that was probably 2016. And
Okay.
I've been back in the groove ever since. And my main collection's Mario Lemieux. I've watched him get drafted. Actually, it was actually Steve Eiserman first because he was drafted the year before Mario. And then Mario got drafted, and I'm like, we're going to do a switcheroo. Nothing big, but those are my two guys. And it's been them two ever since.
You mean Mario Lamux, right?
Yeah,
It's
Lamux.
Lamux.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And Steve Weiserman.
Easterman.
Uh-oh. I think we got a little bit of laggage going
5
on.
or 6 years ago.
Okay.
Yeah. 5 or 6 years ago, and she goes, "You're my husband's second favorite player." And he goes, "You have my attention. No one's ever told me, second favorite before." And he said, "Who does he like first?" Well, he grew up in Pittsburgh, so it's Lemieux. And he signed a couple things, and he was really cool guy from what you told me. So that was, and I met Lemieux in a mall 30 years ago, probably when I was probably 18, so a little under 30 years ago. And he was with his kids, and they were shopping, and I'm like, "Okay, it's Lemieux. Hi, sir. You're the best hockey player ever. Just want to say hi. I will leave you about your business." So, but that was pretty cool. Just to say and I've been to games at the old Igloo and watched him play live, and just magic on the ice. It was great.
I've yet to meet Terrell Davis. Just saying. Oh, there's the first one. Who's got the counter?
No, I've never met, again, out of the cavalcade of players I've got. I mean, it'd be Steve Olin's dead. Natron Means is still out there. And I think somehow Mick, that was on a couple weeks ago, he stopped in. He knows, I think he played high school football with Natron. And Josh Johnson, I don't know if I'll ever meet him. He's just not a guy that goes out in public, does the signings, like the TriStar stuff. I don't think he'll ever have that want or need to do that. And then I've met Matt Dumba. So that was cool. The only thing I didn't tell him because I was so nervous. I always get so nervous with the players because, again, it's the little kid comes out and you're right away. I mean, it's like, okay, I got to be cool, be cool, be cool.
And that goes right out the window.
Yeah, I'm like, I see him, I'm like, oh shit. There he is. Oh boy. I'm like, so I didn't get to tell him, hey, my daughter and you share the same birthday. I didn't get to tell him the most important thing. I was so pissed off. I'm like, so I hope I got a chance to meet him again, develop the picture that we've got with him, and then, like, you want to sign this? And he may remember it, and then, like, I didn't tell you that you two have the same birthday. I'm an idiot because I was so nervous in meeting you. And that was, his second or third year, I think, into the league that I met him. But other than that, I mean, like Roy Brodeur, I mean, I watched him as anybody did. Steve really watched all the hockey very intently. I mean, he had like Sportsnet from Canada, and so I mean, it's
Hockey night in Canada every Saturday night, both games.
Don Cherry's his idol, so I mean, you'd watch playoff hockey, you'd watch like Melrose talking about him and all that stuff, and at the same time, I don't have a super desire to meet these guys. Would I, if I had the opportunity? Would I? Obviously, because I mean, they're people from our childhood, and that's what this hobby really focuses around is nostalgia. It brings you back to simpler times when things weren't as bad as adulting can get, and you just go back and think, okay, I watched how much hockey. I remember the 2 or 3 overtime game with Colorado and Florida. I remember all these overtime games that were insane. I'd love to meet any of those players. I mean, Yui Krupp, I don't, other than him scoring the game winner in the Stanley Cup to win the Stanley Cup for the Avs, nobody should know him. But I'd be like, hey, you have one play that's a history-making play. So, not like I'd sit there and mark out like I did for Dumba or Ric Flair, but I'd be like, anytime you can meet somebody that you see on TV that's done something that you think, and again, it can be somebody else that says, it's just hockey or it's just sports. If you see like Randy Moss make a catch, flip the ball over his shoulder to Mo Williams scores against the Denver Broncos in the Metrodome. You're like, man, that's insane. How does he? You're itching your nose, Steve. But I mean, you see that, and it's something some people don't give a shit about. We care. I mean, I wouldn't mark out. I'd be like, Randy Moss, you're an awesome dude, but that's our thing for whoever we want to meet. We're going to be excited. And then for those idols like Lemieux, Terrell Davis, Jay Samaro, or whoever I'm wanting to meet that week, we're excited. The kid comes out very, very quickly.
All right. So making sure that we don't miss this. There you go. Thank you very much, Dave.
Yeah. So my youngest daughter was born on Alexander Ovechkin's birthday.
Okay.
And my wife's sitting there trying to convince me to name her Alexandria because of her infinite love for Mr. Ovechkin. So it did not work, but it was close. They said, you name the other two, I get the third one.
That's only fair. That's only fair.
True.
I will have to say my one hockey experience, I know I'm going to like cement the legacy right here. So the year Dallas won the cup, I watched every playoff game. My best friend and I, his uncles, I mean, we watched every game. And after they won the cup, we found out where their plane was set to come in. So mind you, we got no sleep that day, but we were there at the airport when they arrived. And Belfour walked the cup along the fence line.
Mm-hmm.
And I like pole vaulted over people just so I could say I touched the Stanley Cup. Because not too many people can say that they've got to touch it.
Oh, those are nice ones.
So that's my only hockey story.
Yeah, don't be modest, Steve.
Well, only one worthwhile. Only one worthwhile. I was at a game. So Y2K, New Year's Eve of coming up on Y2K, third row at the Stars game. That was a freaking blast. Just saying. I love the game. I do. It's fun. Mm-hmm. It's hard for me to watch it on TV, but you know, when Dallas is in the playoffs, I do watch it. But to watch it live, there is nothing better. There's nothing better.
And that was, I don't want to one up your story, so I won't say my story. But that's why I told Naomi we had to go see Matt Niskanen a few years ago. Because I'm like, you're gonna look back on this and you can tell somebody down the road that you got to experience a Stanley Cup. Because those aren't opportunities that are just flailed about and whatnot. And I mean, if it would have been a big, huge player and like they won like the Conn Smythe or something like that, some sort of trophy, and had it with them too, I would have been probably first in line there at like 6 a.m. But we got there, I think it was like 10 o'clock, and the thing opened at 11, and we were still probably about 80 people deep, 90, 100 people deep, and it was. She's like, I'm bored. I'm like, just wait.
It's gonna be worth it.
Patience. This is something. And I'm like, I know a lot of kids in your grade, a grade above, and a couple below. I'm not seeing any of them here. They want to say they're big hockey fans. They want to say they go. Their parents drag them all over the state. We got to go to this tournament. We got to go to that. I saw my classmate from high school, and his 2 boys were there, and I was happy to see him because he's like me with that stuff. And I think maybe 1 or 2 other people from our town came, and I'm like, it's free. If you wanted to, you can make a donation to the Virginia Hockey, which I'm like, I don't care. I'll throw a 20 in to see this. This is worth 20.
It's all worth it.
And I mean, again, these opportunities just don't lay themselves at your feet. So, yeah, that's trying to get the kids with it too. That's always what I try to do.
So the one thing I do regret is the front page of the Dallas Morning News actually had the picture of Belfour walking the cup down that fence line. And one of those hands could have been mine. I'm not sure, but I didn't bother to actually get the newspaper, but I happened to see it. And I'm like, yeah, I was there. And, you know, the big old shit-eating grin on his face, he was probably freaking 10 sheets to the wind at that point in time. But, you know, the fact that he walked the cup over to the fence line for all of us 50 or 60 fans, not a crap ton of people by any stretch of the imagination. But the fact that we were there because we happened to find out where they were coming in at, and that was the one thing that he wanted to do, was to walk the cup down the fence line and let the fans have a chance to see it and touch it. And that experience will stay with me until I'm dead.
Belfour would fit good on this podcast, you know. He's got
a few loose screws.
But yeah, but the talent. The talent. When they played the Blackhawks, I think that was it 91, 92 for the Cup? And he was fantastic, you know. It was, but we just had the power. From 90 to 95, the Penguins were solid, and then the Red Wings took over with the Russian Five, and that was a whole 2 or 3 years where they were just unstoppable, except when his buddy Waugh would get into the picture. I think it was the Red Wings that actually made Waugh go to the Avalanche because they beat up on him so bad when he was with the Canadiens.
It's a possibility.
Yeah, there's that Russian Five movie that's on Netflix, and I've watched it a couple of times, and it's an interesting thing to see how all that came together. Fantastic movie.
So one of those being Fedorov, I'm guessing.
Yep. Konstantinov, Larionov, Kozlov, Kaprizov. Yep.
I remember that was the big thing, what, in 89, 90 or 90, 91 tops. You had like the Team Russia or whatever.
90, 91.
And to see those and like, these guys will never be over. And then they started finally trickling over. I was like, oh, this will be fun. Where, again, before there wasn't a ton, if any. Because you didn't want to break that federation. You don't want to go against Gorbachev and all those other guys. You're going to be shunned and your family will be destroyed. And it's like, you got to live with that on your shoulders when you're brought up to pretty much be Russian through and through, and that's all you do.
And that's why Konstantinov didn't leave. Fedorov left first, He was drafted, and Konstantinov was drafted. And Konstantinov was a captain in the Russian army.
Mhm.
So he would be shot for treason. So he had a problem. Plus, he had a wife and a little kid. So they actually got him out through Hungary and then brought his wife and kid afterwards and brought him into, I think they brought him into another country, then brought him over to Detroit. And then his wife and kids came later. But in Slava Kozlov, they traded I think it was a Mercedes to get a Russian doctor to tell him he has a heart condition. He has to go to the States. So they signed the papers, got Slava Kozlov to come over, and that's how he got over here. And then Larionov was already over here. He was playing for the Canucks. Yeah, the Canucks. And then Fetisov, I think, was playing for New Jersey. And then Fetisov left to come to the Wings, and then New Jersey won the Stanley Cup. So when he won the Cup, that's when Steve Yzerman gave it to him first, because he knew how bad he felt losing the previous year and not getting the Cup then. So, you know, that older guard that was part of it, they had that one focus. If I'm coming all the way over here, I want that Cup.
Mm-hmm.
And those guys were just, they were, and then after the accident, I still get chills to this day when Konstantinov was in the car accident. And that changed things a lot, because he would have probably been Hall of Fame. He hit, before there was Cromwell, there was Konstantinov, Vladinator. He used to have the shades on. I'll be back. And then he got hurt, and it was horrible. But that was good time hockey in the 90s.
Yeah, and there was, I'd say every team had somebody that we could look back at. I won't even say iconic, but I mean, if you said like the Ottawa Senators, you're going to think of probably two players. Good, bad, or indifferent. You're not going to think of, where again, if I said Detroit, you could think of a whole slew of players. Or Colorado. But I mean, that was the fun part about the 90s hockey, that you had, even for like the first half, okay, Alexander Daigle was in Ottawa, solid player, but I mean, he was never going to live up to the next Gretzky. He was never going to live up to that. You have the back half with Yashin, and again, he goes to the Islanders, but they dumped a insane amount of money onto him, and that contract did not live up to anywhere near what it should have if he would have continued on his trajectory. But I mean, you have that with most teams. And again, I think you could do that with most sports, but a lot of the basketball, you didn't have like those early 90s Clippers teams, those early 90s Mavericks teams. You didn't have players that were like, oh my God, these are next level talent. I mean, you just basically had a bunch of middlemen out there, maybe a guy that was a couple notches above, but you didn't have, every team has seemingly had at least one key cornerstone piece. What those teams did with it, it didn't matter. At least they had something to build around. So again, that's why I like the hockey. Probably more so, I like football because you had, even with like Cincinnati, and I brought it up before, with like Carl Pickens, Jeff Blake, Darnay Scott, and you got Corey Dillon in '97. I mean, they had talent to win, but they just, under that curse of being Cincinnati and garbage, that's a tough cloud to get out from under when you've been bad for so long and you had your little blips against the 49ers in the Super Bowl. You lose like
52-17.
We had that one, what was it, 88 or 89. Did they not have one where they were ahead near the end of the game? And I want to say Johnny Taylor scored a touchdown with a minute or two left.
Yeah, that's back in the boomer days.
So I mean, they were just about there, and then you run into the Bill Walsh buzzsaw. But I like that. I like where you have teams that at least had players that you can sit there and like. I wasn't a Buffalo fan. I remember Hawk vividly. Just that. I mean, you had some pieces around him, but it was him that was carrying the team 99% of the time. And I like that.
That LaFontaine,
Yep.
Mogilny.
So I mean, you had pieces there. I wish they would have won. That would have been nice to see instead of him going to Detroit. I didn't like that. I was not a fan of him going
A lot
there.
of people here didn't like it either.
So you said you collect Lemieux. What the recent purchase that you would like to show us? Anything come in recently that
Oh, yeah. This one right there. This is one of my top 10s. This is 95, 96 finest. So I got this. Guy made me an offer. I took it. So there's about 150 of these. It's the rare. Then all of a sudden, I get the package. Cut it open, all excited. And there's a David Arias rookie sitting in there. Jeb Mint 10. Looking at the username, checking the phone. Like, oh, come on. And I was like, I got to be the honest guy. And I don't collect David Arias, even though it's a Gem Mint 10 and I probably could have flipped it and sold it, but it's not what all this is about. It's definitely not what it's all about. So I contacted the guy, said, I have this guy's card. He's probably going to have my card. You might want to figure this out. So I sent that one back to Canada. He got the other one back. I think it was from Arizona. And then about 3 weeks later, this popped in the mail, and this is top 10 for me. I've been looking for this for a while. So that was one of the bigger pickups for this year.
I wish I had as good a luck as you did, because I made a purchase months ago. Elite die cut status, numbered to 30. I got it for under $10, which is a steal and a half. Paid for it, everything else, all good to go. Next thing you know, I get a refund, and I'm going, what the heck just happened? They shipped the card to the wrong place, blah, blah, blah. They never got the card back. So, of course, I've yet to see the card pop on eBay. So,
of course,
whoever ended up winning it is either sitting on it, or maybe they did return it. But yeah, that hurt. So I'm glad it worked out in your favor to where you actually ended up getting what you paid for, because that's crap when that happens.
The other night, I think I'm putting together several sets, as Dave would say, several. And I ordered 9 cards. I mean, they were $3 a piece. I'm like, I'm never going to see this again. So I hit the buy it now. 3 hours later, 7 of the 10 are not in stock. I'm like, okay. So that was my latest debacle. I'm like, why do you have them on here if you don't have them for sale? Where did they go? Did they disappear? But I think it's like a lot of websites, like Dave and Adams and Steel City, they'll put a box on their website, and then it somehow links to eBay, and then one doesn't talk fast enough to the other, and then it disappears on one, and it doesn't come off the other. So, it's like we talked about before, the Cole ComC thing. You have the card on ComC, you have the card sitting on eBay, what's the timing between the two? And it's always going to be higher on eBay usually. But, to get it off of eBay, you're going to get it probably a lot faster than you would if you ordered it on COMC. But
or the Beckett eBay link. Yep. Yeah, it takes forever to decrement it for whatever reason and, sync together, which with the APIs, so I work in technology, business phone systems, but it's still technology driven. APIs are the key to the business. And when you have APIs, and for those that are non-technology savvy, all that is an interface between two separate applications. So it allows them to talk to each other and pass data back and forth. With the way APIs are done these days, it's in a matter of seconds, if not milliseconds. So why these interfaces between COMC, eBay, Beckett Marketplace, and all those, why there's such like a lag is beyond me. I don't get it.
No, you can pick the card, pay probably $20-$30 more depending on the price from a eBay COMC auction, get it in with a week, 10 days or whatever, normal time. You buy it from COMC, sits in your cart until you're done or whatever, request shipping, and it takes 2 months.
If you're lucky.
Well, yeah, I mean, if you're doing stuff from Seattle to like Canada, I know it's a lot longer than 2 months. But I don't know if they've got something separate, like a separate wing of a building where it's like, hey, here's all their eBay stuff. That's all the stuff that we got in COMC. But I mean, a lot of it's crossed over, so it's not like it should be. It should all be the same thing, and you should. And I've heard people again say, "Well, cut them some slack." It's like, well, no, hire some people.
Is the COMC eBay stuff? Is that like the stuff they do on consignment, or is it, or you as a seller have the ability to like cross sell or whatever?
I think you can do both. I know I've seen like COMC auctions, like just straight auctions with like the COMC like second line of text, and then you see on like the buy it now, it's like something's like $43.99. I'm like, man, that seems high. Go over to COMC, sign in, and it's like $29 or $31. I'm like, do I want to save the $13, or do I want to get it within a week? That's just depending on the card. I mean, if you still think the COMC price is, that's fair, and you've got the money, do it. But again, I've got to think. I don't even know how many cards are on a page, but I think I got 5 pages worth of cards. I don't even know when I'm going to submit or request shipping. I don't really care. I mean, they're not going anywhere, so it's not like I'm going to lose them. But still, I'd like to get them sometime because there's 3 or 4 Josh Johnson 101s, albeit plates. There's a few Cool Bro Dur inserts, and I mean, there's a Walter Payton on there that I stole. I couldn't believe I got it for what I did. So, yeah, it's a struggle. So
Vinny, since we know you're the hockey guy like Dave,
that's you,
and I just love hockey so much. And since we brought you on, you shared your most recent pickup / debacle that actually ended up okay in the end. Kind of give the floor to you for a minute, because I'd actually like to see some of, maybe not the top 10 type situation, but some of your most favorite or even most rare Lemieux that you have. I know you prepped quite a bit for this, and I want to give you the opportunity to actually display some of what you've acquired over the years.
Yeah, I could do that. Actually, before we start that, want to show the football project that you guys got me started on. Reach over here. So
That's the illusions, right? Oh no. Okay. Yeah.
So this is the blue set. This is not numbered though. So there's the blue version and then there's the blue version numbered. So I've been able to put together one whole set of the blue and then list.
Gotta have lists. We had a full episode on it.
Yep. I need I think for the blue I need Kurt Warner, and then I'll have two whole sets of the blue. And then I need Eddie George for the red, and I'll have a full set of the red. And then the green, what do I have for the green? I think that's the one I have the least amount of. So I don't know if I'm going to go after the green since I'm close to having both two sets of the blue. But I think I have, Ricky Williams. And three Chad Penningtons. So
3.
yeah. And Mark Brunell. So I
Pretty
bought
cards.
some lots. Yeah. I bought some lots. And the EX has become my thing for hockey. So the Fleer Showcase, the Fleer Ultra EX versions. I know Amit collects a lot of those.
Mm-hmm.
He showed them off, and I think that's my new project that I've been working on. So, but this was my football, and then we got my middle daughter. We went out a couple weeks ago, and I found. We'll stay on football for a minute. These illusions.
I was going to say the illusions. I remember seeing those that post.
Yeah. So I went back to see if they had anything left. Yeah, nothing. But I got some cool stuff. See, pulled this. And
Is that acetate, Vinny?
Yeah. It's clear shots, they call it. It's acetate.
Yeah.
I'm a sucker for acetate.
I
And
love
then
acetate.
These here. Other Mahomes. So that's been the football lately. I'll grab the blasters when I can, when I see them. But it's usually a barren wasteland. The hockey, if it wasn't for Lafreniere, it'd be sitting on the shelf still. But they hyped him up so much, hasn't played a game. And like Dave was talking about, Dag, Yashin, all those guys, they were the second coming, and they did nothing. But it's the risk that everybody's taking. I hope the kid does good. Anybody who gets a cup of coffee in NHL, in my book, it's something to be proud of. But to speculate all these things and all these cards, that's your thing. More power to you. But
Well, it's the same thing with basketball though, because you're talking about 5 people on the court in basketball. You have 6 people on the ice. Yes, or is it 7 with the goalie?
6.
Okay.
6 with the goal.
Steve, you know this. This is
No, I see.
It's all an act. It's all a calculated act.
All y'all kiss my ass. So when you're talking about limited amount of spots, basketball has the least amount of spots because their bench is nowhere as deep as hockey. I mean, hockey typically goes to 4 lines, right? That's typically – I've watched enough of it to where I know what the hell I'm talking about at least. I'm not completely ignorant. I love the game. I've never denied that. But there is no hockey in the collection. No, I can't, Carlos, but good try. So anytime you have these guys, I mean, when you have 1, 2, 3 rounds in a draft, even if it's 2 rounds and it's, everybody gets 2 picks or whatever, you are qualified and a good enough player to even, like you say, have a cup of coffee with a team. That says a lot. You hope that these kids do good, but it's never a guarantee.
No, I mean, if you make it to the pros in pretty much any sport, you've done something well along the way. I mean, it's not. I'd say you luck into situations. I think it was the Avs or the Jets. One of the two had Blackhawks. One of those teams had like an emergency goalie, where the guy was basically like, and I don't remember what they have him called. If it's somebody that just warms up, like if the goalie's not out there, and he had to play a game because they were down on goalies. He had to get in like the third period or something. But you rarely have those movie type chances. Those are 1 in a trillion where those happen along. It's not like Rookie of the Year where you're thrown from center field and you throw a P to the catcher and people are like, what? It's usually you end up like Steve Bartman and you're vilified for the rest of your life. So, yeah, when you make it, again, it's just the expectation that people have. Oh, you're number 1 pick. You should be scoring 30, 40, 50 goals, or you should be the best defenseman since Scott Stevens or Rob Blake or Paul Coffey or whoever.
Zubov.
Ray Bork.
It wasn't the bubble season last year. It was the year before. There was the Zamboni driver who was like the 3rd string. He came in and played a game. I think it was for the Hurricanes. The Canes, whatever they call them now.
Yeah.
See, that's what I thought I remembered. It was the Zamboni driver. And I was going to say that, and I was like, maybe I'm thinking something like maybe it was a bunch of bull crap or something.
Yeah. Yeah, the David Ayers. And then they gave him he had a young gun in SP Authentic, I think it was. They had like updated young guns, and that was the hot one. Him and Gritty from Philadelphia, the mascot. Yeah. People seem to be high on him, so.
Well, it's better than what they're putting on the ice overall, so.
It's no Legion of Doom, so.
No. They need to bring
that
this.
Renberg, Lindros, those guys. Good Lord. Oh, yeah.
Bring him back. And the superpower, which makes even.
Yep.
So you're putting together that set, right, Dave?
I could. I mean, I don't have the Y yet because I don't know if it's popped, but I've got 2 Brodeurs, that, and I did get the old comedian Jim Carrey.
Yep.
I was going to ask if that was Carey.
I've looked at a lot of his stuff, and that's my problem. I start looking at a lot of stuff, and I mean, I'll type in just Doug Gilmour. Start looking. I'll end up buying a few cards. It's like, okay, now, like, where the hell these Doug Gilmour cards come from? I know I looked at them. Did I buy them? Like, shit. Well, okay. And I've done that with Palfy a little bit too. And there's a couple other guys I'm looking at actively, maybe just like, again, lower end PC type guys, but just when something's rare, something's priced right, pick them up. But I want to pick them up before I do one of those announcements.
Yeah, I'm going to start having that same problem. It's one of those. I sent you the picture of the table now in the bedroom. Vinny, I sent you the same thing. That picture is the picture I sent Vinny is different than the one I sent Dave, because the one I sent Dave was kind of early on. Because what I've been doing,
I didn't get it.
I thought I sent it to you.
No, I didn't.
The one where I said that's really. Did it not go through?
I saw
I guess
when
I
you
didn't send
said
it.
that you were going to do it. Yeah.
Well, here, I'll send it to you now, so then I can say you have it. But anyways, two different pictures. Dave's was early on, and then I sending one to Vinny right now, actually. Since my wife took over the office, I've mentioned this before. Luke,
Robitaille.
I know who that is. So I told my wife, I was like, hey, look, I want to start sorting through my stuff. Not just, rookies, inserts, parallels, that type of stuff. I actually wanted to start getting my shit in order. It's been neglected for years. And part of that started back when I actually did box breaks for the shop that I used to do business with for that 6 or 8 month period. I know Dave will remember that time frame. So I got stuck with all the base, and I just started throwing it in 5,000 count boxes. And I couldn't, it was just one of those in which I had base running out my ears. And it's been something that's been on my to-do list. And since, like I said, my wife took over the office, not to mention there really wasn't a place to put the folding table that I have in the bedroom. So I started going through just my base inserts, rookies, parallels, those boxes. One of the few times that I've had, on the table and showing random cards and stuff when we've had the last few episodes. And holy shit, the amount of product that I've opened over the years and why I didn't try and put sets together on some of these before is beyond me. But the insert sets, holy shit. It's going to take me forever and a day to fully get everything sorted. At some point, I'm going to have to get to the shop. I'm going to need more binders. I'm going to need more pages because I want to display the insert sets. The full, set with rookies and things along those lines, I'll continue to store them like I do in my boxes, in individual boxes or whatever. Some sets I'll display in pages and binders and stuff like that. But holy cow, I did not realize that I have the possibility of putting together probably close to 250 different insert sets because I'm probably have close to 2/3 of it already in my collection already. And it's been fun to go through it and sort and pull it out and everything else. And I've been doing the same thing with product that I busted and just put the rookies in my boxes. I've pulled out all the rookies, set them in another box because when I start going through my base, I'll start pulling out all the base cards and then I'll try and work on putting the full set together. But the insert sets, some of them, they're not like super high end. We're not talking, essential credentials, parallel set, and stuff along those lines. But some of them are pretty cool to say the least.
Honestly, who cares? It's awesome to just, put them together. Just sit there with a binder. I sit there with C and I sit there and said, here's how you put them in piles and here's what you do. This is what year they came out of. And if we just busted a box and then, she's usually like, see you, Dad. And then leaves me to do all that stuff. And then when it's all pretty and nice, look what we did. But it's amazing how much stuff we've accumulated. And I'm sure my wife will have a comment for that. But it's been fun just to sit down and open a box like my brothers and I used to do 30 years ago. It's that one binding factor that the three of us always had. So to do it, with her and her saying to me the other day, well, I'm never going to sell any of this. I'm like, bless you, child. That's what I want to see. I don't want to see. Now, if I explained to her, if you have triples, I don't know if there's a word for 15 times, an amount of a certain Lemieux card, you could sell that or try to get one that we don't have. That's all right. Because I'm like with, Lemieux and Josh Johnson, very similar addiction. If I like a card, this one right here, I'll get these all day long.
So nice.
Elites.
So nice.
To me, it's 10,000, but to me, let me try to get 1% of them, a one hundredth of a 1%. Anytime I see them for cheap, I'll grab them. That's like an 8, but I don't care. And it's probably because of, the edges, but
yep,
encapsulated for $15, why not?
Condition sensitive and a beautiful card, beautiful design.
Yeah,
it spans all sports.
Yep,
beautiful.
Yep.
So now we'll go back to the spotlight. So I want to see some of, we'll call it your rarest or your most favorite.
This one here.
Mm.
So that's the 95, 96 Mirror Gold.
One of my favorite parallels of all time.
This one I got in a 9.5 Beckett, and I don't care what brand encapsulation it is, really. This is a canvas Lemieux. I got this for like $20. And raw, they're going 40, 50. I mean, all day long. This is hard to find. Z Team.
I was going to say that Z Team, isn't it?
Yeah, and this was cheaper in a 7.5 than it was raw. And I don't care about 7.5. 7 is fine. There was a Lemieux OPC. I have it here. SA to OPC Mary Lemieux. They came on the other day, and I started bid on it. It's up to $79 in a 2. A 2. So, I mean, the stuff that, anything OPG compared to tops is always going to command a higher price, but that's the one thing I'm looking for right now. I have a couple of them, so I'm probably going to pull the trigger on one of those fairly quickly before they're astronomical. I think my Lemieux rookie is a 7, and I got it for a most expensive card that I ever bought, $112, and now they're like $300. And I have a hard time, much like Steve. You pinch that quarter till the eagle screams sometimes, and I just, to me, getting out of a pack was always the way to get cards. I didn't buy singles when I was younger, but then, the older me realizes pack odds, it's like, Dave, last week I was asking you about the captain's choice. Did you ever get any of those? Like the Lemieux, I bid strong, and it went for $1 higher than what I bid. And I bid strong. I was prepared to take to Chuck. There we go. Yep.
I mean, there's nothing on this card that says, oh my God, insanely beautiful acetate layered with like wood and felt and die cut and serial. It's just trying to find this product, and B, just anything out of it. Because I mean, the one guy had so much. I bid on a bunch, and this was one I just wanted to get a copy because, again, Jagged Edge of Korea. Again, nothing. I haven't even looked at like what the odds are, just because I mean, he had a bunch of Ultra, he had a bunch of Fleer, so like a Mr. Momentum, Lindros, because I hadn't gotten one of those in hand. Because any of that Ultra stuff, you look at 95, 96, and there's like the Extra Attacker and a couple others, and I mean, the odds are like a 1 in 8, 1 in 16. A great one. That's a okay card.
Cheaper than the Lemieux went for.
That's a good little card.
A guy made me an offer on this, and I'm like, I will take this so I can one day trade this for a Lemieux version when somebody wants one. It's, to have this sitting there is like, not saying money in the bank, but it's, if somebody has what I need and they collect Gretzky, I will give you this for the Lemieux and maybe something else. But that was a no-brainer. That was a steal. Absolute steal for what I paid for that.
It's basically card currency. If you don't want to pony up the money, you got something that's going to be of somewhat similar value. I mean, this stuff too. I mean, they didn't go for much. The cherry picks, and then you have like the Team USA. Which again, they're not. I love the cherry picks ones just because they're red. I mean, that part hurt. That was one of the sets. I don't think we had much in Superior. That was a time when 7th grade, 2 guys in one of my classes, we would buy cards wherever we were at. And I mean, every time we went to that class, we were showing each other, hey man, I got this Potvin rookie. I got this Lindros rookie. I mean, everything we were showing, and I loved it because that's what cards are supposed to be. It's not like the one-upsmanship. Like, well, you got that Gretzky. Well, I'm going to show this Gretzky. Take that. It's like, no, that's an awesome fucking card. I mean, that's what it's supposed to be. Yeah. I mean, if you got the Madonna Peachy, I figured, well, I might as well get that. And that was the same seller that had all those Captain's Choice and all those other cards.
Was that TNT or Carter's?
Carter's.
Yeah,
because this was another one, a set it's to 5,000, and they don't show up a ton. I think I've seen, who's that, Kozlov? Got it here somewhere. But this was the main one I wanted to get. Yeah, that one, that stuff. I love that. If I could find the 96, the 96-7 ones, oh my god, those are. You're paying out the nose. Those are like the jambalayas of the time. I finally got
$2,000 right now. That's cool.
And that's one again. It's to 5,000. This isn't like it's to 100. I had to pay like $14 for that.
Well, stuff's still buried in those boxes in some landfill or in somebody's basement. There's tons of it that's never been opened. Fire on Ice. Yep.
I hate to jump around Carlos's guy, but
yeah, Forsberg.
Steve, is that
what do you got, Dave?
89.90, Steve, or
he's on mute.
Yeah, you're on mute, Steve.
I know I am.
Oh.
But yeah, the Flair stickers.
Oh, this might have been the steal of the year. I'll wait till Dave's done. Oh, those are nice. I had the Lemieux.
And again,
back to those.
I was coming into the bedroom to grab the binder that I started putting stuff in.
A show would
run
not
for the
without Ziggy Puffy.
Ziggy Puffy. Yeah. That run for the Cup Lemieux, I think PWCC or Probstein has it now graded. I think it's a 9, $2,000, $2 or $3,000.
I saw that the other day. I couldn't believe that. I'm so thankful Brothers in that set.
Yeah.
So thankful. I know. I saw the WA, and this was like, oh, I love those.
There's the cross.
Is that from Retro?
Yep. There's a Malkin. And then there's, this is. So the story behind these, I'm sitting at my daughter's softball game in the summer. And I'm sitting in the car because we have to distance each, So she's on the field playing, and I get an alert. It says jambalaya. I'm like, Guy wanted $150, I think, for all three.
Oh,
And
wow.
then he made me an offer, and I took it. And sorry, wife, but that's the biggest. This is probably the biggest trio of cards I ever bought. So, but for $50 a piece, and they go for. I think I just saw the starting bid within 15 minutes. It was at $90. So, it's
There's a Brodeur that sold for $150 within the last week.
Yeah. There's a guy on Instagram that's he collects jambalaya, and he's looking for 2 or 3 cards. But when I see these, if I see somebody that's a no name, not quote unquote no name, I'll grab them. If they're $10 or $15, if a set collector eventually needs those, again, it's card currency to get what you need.
Mm-hmm.
I would rather, if somebody out there is looking for it and they're part of the group, send me a message. I'll see if I have it. And if somebody gives me a list and says, hey, keep it, when all this COVID stuff's over, I travel, I do this, I do that for work, and I go to shows. If I see something out there, I'm going to grab it for you if I know you need it. And I'm going to put it in a mailer and ship it out to you. It's part of what all this is about.
No, absolutely. So this is just one of the binders I've put together. I've shown some of these in like the past videos and stuff, but so Electric Currents, Too Short. I can't remember what this set is called, but a lot of these are like second and third year Kobe's too. But I mean, the shine on some of these is just, gorgeous. And I'm not a big basketball guy, but it's one of those in which. So that's a SP Authentic, like MJ type thing. That's the whole set. Another one out of SPX, missing quite a few. Triple double holograms. That's the complete set, and there is a Jordan in there. Oh, it's right there. That's the Jordan.
What was that, 92, 93?
Good question. I don't know, but I have 2 sets.
Okay.
Rookie Sensations.
That is 92, 93.
That it is, because there is Shaq in here somewhere. One of my all-time favorite sets ever, Diamond Kings. So this is what do they call them? Complete Players. There's 3 versions. So there's 1, 2, and 3. There's a lot of gaps there, and then there's
Magic's Kingdom.
Yep. And then the SP Authentic stuff, not Future Watch, Impact. So that's the whole set of those. And then SP Athletic. You can see quite a few of the gaps, but this is just one of the binders that I put together. Rookie Blitz. NFL Headquarters. Like I said, nothing like super valuable, but 95 SP All-Pro die cuts, the silver, and then Holoviews. Sorry about the glare, but the Holoviews. You can see there's a ton of gaps until you get kind of to the back. And then I've got quite a few of them. This is out of 2008 Press Pass Legends Bowl Edition. All serial numbered. So just the varying sets that they have, they're all numbered to like 250.
Thank you, Joe. Press Pass, I still think will go down as one of the most underrated football products of all time.
Yep.
Especially people that don't give a shit about college, that's fine. But if you follow a player or you follow your team, they had to start somewhere. It's not like that in hockey, obviously. Not really like that in baseball. I mean, you get drafted and then you go through the system.
Church's Chicken.
That's got to be, some kind of restaurant down there?
Yeah, it's a chicken place. But what's cool, and so some of these actually came from my father's collection that I inherited after he passed. They actually have a gold variation. It's probably not going to pick it up, but they have a gold variation of these too, which I thought was kind of cool. Not that I'll ever be able to put that together, but hey. And then everybody's favorite Action Packed. So these are like the insert sets, quarterback club, 1,000-yard rushing, blah, blah, blah. But this is just one of the binders that I put together of some of the stuff that I knew I didn't have any other stuff to add.
Mm-hmm.
And then, Vinny, you should have gotten the picture. All the stuff that you see on that table, that's all going to be insert sets that I'll eventually start working and putting together.
Yeah, I have a table like that to my left. It's it's a work in progress.
Always is. But like I said, this is stuff that I've neglected for forever. And I share with very limited people the extent of the collection because most people probably don't give a shit. But on the flip side, it's one of those in which I always say I've collected since I was 5 years old. Now, I don't have anything from those years, and I've stated that for a long time. But it's one of those in which it's hard to start doing deeper dives and truly explaining the extent of one's collection outside of what you show on a video.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
So everybody knows me as the Terrell Davis guy. That's what everybody knew me as. And for the longest time, I was always, and I've said this before too, I've always been given shit. Collect something else. Because I would always pick up all the stuff that would come out. And that's because I had the opportunity to be able to do something, to be able to pick up a lot of that stuff. And people would always bitch at me. I can't buy you anything or I can't give you anything because you're always picking up everything. So you need to give us other options, which is why I started the Broncos Auto PC. And a lot of what I have in that collection has come from fellow YouTubers.
It's like me, what did we get you? So I went on Amazon and I put my Christmas list together with the ASIN numbers. I said, top loaders, here's pages, here's this, here's that, here's this. Nothing other than on this list, you can just grab any of this supply stuff. And I remind them, supplies means organization. Organization means less stuff for you to see. So that's always a good one to get pages, binders, stuff like that. But to the Church's Chicken, they're down south. When I've been down there, I've had it. In Pennsylvania, Bob might know, in the gas stations, they have Chester's Chicken, which is a ripoff of the little chicken guy.
Mm-hmm.
And they did a version thereof of that. So just saw the comment I'm not following on my phone like Steve does, so I'm missing some of the comments. So Dave puts them up there.
They've been kind of delayed too, though, Vinny. So I try and focus on them as much as what I can, but there's a lot of times in which it's really delayed, unfortunately.
Yeah.
That's why I also have YouTube up. So in the event that I can respond to something, because I don't want people to think that we're missing some of their comments. Sorry, Ed. I didn't mean to do that to you.
No, I'm in the same boat because I try not to have all the card videos up, and people know that. I love chicken. I love food. I'm a fatty. I fucking can eat till I can't move. The Popeyes and then the Chick-fil-A spicy chicken sandwiches. Yeah. Anytime I can find a chicken joint with spicy chicken sandwiches, we're going there. I will get 3 or 4. I don't care if I eat them all at one time. I don't care if people, it's worse off cold. Shut up. There's no such thing as a bad spicy chicken sandwich. If it drops on the ground, I will dust off the particles and eat it because I love that stuff that much. Because I want to go to Nashville because I see it a little more prominent now at the grocery store. There's that Nashville hot chicken. It's got a little more kick to it, and it is just so good. But I want to find like a Nashville hot chicken sandwich where it's got more kick, but not the kick where, again, the tongue just burns and you can't taste
burns
it.
Off.
Because I don't like that. I want to taste it. I want to sweat. I mean, I can be pouring sweat as long as I can taste the food. I'm good. But if I'm burnt, my mouth is burning. Why the hell am I eating it? That's no fun.
Yeah,
it does no good.
There's Steve, down your way. Is there a Zaxby's?
There is.
Yeah, that's good. And Raising Cane's. Did you ever have that?
We have Raising Cane's.
Yeah.
Chicken fingers. Yep.
Yep. Those are fantastic.
I didn't get a chance to try Zaxby's. There was one in the Colony, which is south of where I live. It was there for about 8 months. And what's interesting is where they decided to put up shop, so to speak. That restaurant has been probably 15 different things since I've lived out here. It's gone from a sushi place, a Chinese food joint, a Zaxby's, to some like mom and pop shops. Nothing, for whatever reason, anything that has been put in that place has never lasted more than like 2 years.
We have those here. We're always waiting to see who's going in there next because they don't last long. Get it now because they won't be there in a month.
But what's interesting is it's the main drag. So the Colony, people can go look it up. There's only so many main drags in the Colony. Okay, there's Main Street or FM 423, depending on what road you want to call it. But that's really like the main drag. So there's a shit ton of restaurants. There's, quite a bit of shopping centers with, your normal anchor stores and stuff like that. So, I mean, you'll have your Mickey D's, you'll have, there's a Brahms, there's a Taco Bell. But there's, for whatever reason, that one place has never stayed longer than 2 years. And it's not a bad location. It's on the main drag. But for whatever reason, it just nothing lasts there. I don't get it.
Same here. There is no bad location around here. You will get business of some sort. And it's just some bad luck voodoo type deal that building just will not stay occupied. But they don't stay unoccupied very long. Within 3-4 months, something else is in it. They last a year or two. Something else goes in it. The independent chains and independent places buy out these former chain restaurants, and that's a lot what we see around here. They'll go in there for a year or two, excellent food, and then all of a sudden, poof. There was a Polish place. This guy goes, "You have 1 year to the wife to make this place a success." Place was jammed every time. You can't give 1 year to make things a success in a restaurant business. The food was out of this world. One day we went in there, gone, just poof, nothing. 1 year to like the day. Apparently she didn't make enough and closed the doors. And I mean, the food was fantastic. It's just interesting how those places go.
Yep. And it's one of those in which, if I used to watch Restaurant Impossible back in the day, every once in a while I'll watch like the repeats. And, it's typically the family owned or the unusual type, no name type restaurants that you see kind of come and go. I knew Zaxby's was not a run of the mill place. I had heard of it before, not here in the local area, so to speak, but I had heard of it before because, as I told you before, I used to travel a lot for business. And so, I mean, you see restaurants when you're going up the main drag and in different places and stuff along those lines when you travel. So I had known of it. But that place, I think, probably lasted the longest out of everything. But everything else has been like a mom and pop type shop, which is weird.
Yeah, there was a Steak and Shake I regret not going. When I came back to Luke from where RBI Crew used to be, coming back around to the north, there's one there, and I regretted that I didn't go there. But then we went there last year after the concert in Louisville, and it wasn't bad. But we were looking at, I don't know what we were at. Oh, we were looking for a rib place. We were in like southern Indiana, down that way. And it's like, well, I want to get ribs or something down here. I don't want to get burgers and stuff like that. But yeah, I don't know. Food, a lot of people like to go to their comfort. They want to go to like a McDonald's, a Burger King all the time. I don't. I want to Google best Asian restaurant in Marquette, Michigan, in Terre Haute, Indiana, in Denton, Texas, in Florissant, Missouri. I want to do that instead of, there's the same place we can go to anywhere in the world. Just because I want to try different stuff or try a variation of that stuff. Because again, like I said, chicken sandwiches, that I can gorge myself, and burgers. If I see a good, juicy, thick burger, I'm done. You guys are do whatever the hell you want. I'm finding the burger place, and we're going there. And
when I used to travel to Chicago, I go every other week. Leave on Monday morning, come back Friday afternoon. And we went to Chicago, and it was a mom and pop's delight. The pizza, the food. But we were working like 12, 13 hours and then just show up somewhere, and it was well worth the day, 12, 13 hours. And the pizza, just the pizza. That's all I have to say is the pizza. It's delicious. Nothing beats New York style for me, but that deep dish, it's good.
Well, that's always what was fun, about traveling. It's depending on situation and circumstance. Sometimes you went with what you knew. If it was one of those in which you didn't feel like being a little, what's the word I'm looking for? Random, I guess. You stick to your norm because
Sometimes when you travel, nerves aren't always your best friend, so to speak. I used to hate getting on planes. My stomach would churn all the way to the airport until I finally would land. And it's, for whatever reason, I can't explain it, but that's always the way it was for me. Nerves always got the best of me, and not that I was scared to fly, because I did it freaking for 3 years straight, pretty much twice a month, a week at a time. And sometimes during that week, I'd have multiple flights depending on where I was going. So you would kind of stay to your norm, your tried and true, what you're going to like and enjoy. But when you go out to eat and you're going with coworkers or whatever, you want to definitely branch out to a certain degree. But on the flip side, when you're localized, so to speak, and you go to other places, sometimes those local cuisines are not fun later on in the evening. Just saying. I've had
That's
I've had some
pretty much
bad experiences going to Arizona and their Mexican food. So I live in Texas. We have Tex-Mex. Tex-Mex has flavor.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Authentic Mexican food really does not have a whole lot of flavor. It's very bland. But because of what they cook with, it does have an after effect on the digestion, and it is not always a pleasant experience afterwards.
No. That was, my brother and I went to an Indian place in, I don't know if it was just outside of Appleton in Kimberly, Wisconsin or what, but great food. I'd like authentic Indian curry, and I was in heaven. That tasted magnificent. Like SpongeBob. 1 hour later, I was spackling the toilet, and I'm just like, oh, like Jeff Daniels from Dumb and Dumber. I'm like, this is horrendous. But then I asked him, when are we going to go back to the Indian place? Like a Homer Simpson, where you just don't learn from your mistakes. It's like, because the food tastes so good going in. It feels so bad coming out. But you literally push those memories to the side, and because again, it's not like there's Indian places everywhere, unless you're in some sort of neighborhood or borough or whatever it is, where that's more of the populace there, like a Muslim food, you're in like a falafel or something like that type of thing, or the Jewish food or whatever it is, and it's like you're not going to have this stuff just on any street corner. You sort of have to travel where you're at to travel to get it. But a lot of the times, like I said, I'm always for that. If people, I don't like the word foodie. I don't like that term. I like food. So if we have to travel to get good food, I'll travel with you. I don't want to go once in a while. A burger from McDonald's, you get the craving. Once every 6-8 months. Otherwise, no. That's it. Not usually. I want that if hey, we got to drive down to St. Louis, we got to drive to Chicago, we got to drive to Green Bay, wherever. Okay, I'll take that and go, because I just want to get there and then eat the food. But otherwise, yeah, we're going somewhere special. I'm not sitting there and, hey, we're in Milwaukee. Where should we go eat? Let's go to Pizza. Fuck you, Pizza Hut. Kick rocks. You go to Pizza Hut. I'm gonna go somewhere fun.
As soon as I would land in Minnesota, I'd get on the shuttle, take me to my hotel, unpack my stuff. There's a restaurant by the hotel I always stay. I walk my happy butt down the way. Walleye, huge pieces of walleye. Mm-hmm. I go back the last time. Yeah, it was almost a year now, because I haven't traveled since all this went on. And it's a Mexican place now. I'm like, son of a gun, there goes my walleye. So I had to find another place for walleye. So when I'm leaving town, I'm like, you know any good places for walleye? There's one in the airport. Thank you. And But yeah, in Minneapolis, St. Paul, there was Axel's Bonfire Grill, and they made walleye nuggets. Ooh, walleye nuggets are tasty. So I always would stop there, and then they shut it down. So I'm like, there goes my out of state meal in Minnesota. So, but some of the best Mexican food I've had were in places in Minnesota. Fantastic Mexican food. And then I ate sushi for the first time in Minnesota, which I haven't repeated very much, but I could say I've tried it.
I won't repeat it.
Yeah. My daughter and my wife get it every week. I'm like, what do you want for dinner? Sushi. Okay. So I go run out and get sushi for her. Mac and cheese, sushi. It's she lives a easy request of a life.
And what did you have? Because obviously you didn't have sushi.
I can't even remember. It depends on the occasion.
Same restaurant, or do you actually make 2 stops?
My wife's good about that. She's like, if I don't want the same thing, she'll go somewhere else. I mean, you could spit and hit a restaurant around here. So, I mean, I could walk down the block and there's a McDonald's. Walk another block, there's a Burger King. I could walk that way and there's a Taco Bell. You know, there's not a shortage of fast food chains. But, you know, there's a lot of mom and pop places I'd rather go. There's Chinese down the way that's just excellent. So I like to go there, and my daughter likes Chinese, so wife likes Chinese, so we'll go there. There's wings, anything around here. If I'm having a Jones for it. Oh, but we look a lot in. We try not to go out very much. You know, with soccer and softball, those nights, you know, when that's full bore, we find ourselves eating out a lot. But the other day, the wife made chicken soup. I've been eating that. So
I will give my wife props. Ever since COVID hit, she's gotten a little bit more inventive and trying to look for other things to make for dinner and stuff. My wife is not a bad cook. She never has been. But I have to say she has done more from a research perspective, and it's been nice because, you know, you kind of get in that little normal everyday groove, I guess, and it's like it's the same shit over and over and over again. Not that it's bad, not that it's not enjoyable, not that you don't like it. You get into that rut to where it's always the same crap over and over again. And I give her mad props that she started looking at recipes and getting inventive and creative and trying to do different things. It's another one of those things that there's been a positive that's come out of the whole crappy 2020 situation, because there's been a lot of things that it's like, hopefully you like bookmark that recipe or whatever, because that's a definite redo. We need to do that one again. That was fantastic.
the wife always cooks. I mean, she's a tremendous cook, and it's just the time. You know, she works, I work. Got a kid at home now for school, so we never had that little opportunity before us. So, you know, I'm up, or she's down. Wait a minute. She's upstairs now. I'm downstairs. I have the kid in her room with a desk. I try to make lunch for everybody, and then she makes dinner, but then there's soccer, and then there's, well, softball's been over for a while, but there's soccer still. But with all this, there's been delays to all that. You can't play games, but a single team of certain amount of people can practice. So depending on what night of the week it is, you get all masked up and you go out and you practice in your little square for a while, ball drills and stuff like that. And then her being the goalie, she gets balls shot at her for half hour, and then everybody goes home. So, but that's the difficulty, finding the time between the hustle and the bustle. And then I get on calls late at night for global stuff, and I'll be on here till 1, 2 in the morning. I got you guys over here or on the TV up here, and then got my phone down here so I could comment, because I can't comment on the TV unless I wanted to do this with the clicker for 2 hours. And then I'm trying to pay attention. Okay, I can do that. Then I'm like, what
Wait.
did they just say?
Yeah, can you repeat that? I missed that. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I got it. Yeah. But I usually work the full, I'll work 8, 9 hours, 10 hours, and then I go do that on top of it. So, but that rant is coming to an end, hopefully, and back to normal 10, 12-hour days. And
Yeah, I at least, well, for now, most of the calls that I deal with, for the most part, it's usually that they'll usually start earlier than what I prefer. I'm not a morning person at all. I mean, for instance, I had a 7 o'clock call this morning, which is always interesting. Being on a video call, I'm not on video, so to speak, but I'm on the call, and I'm trying to get my kid ready for school and everything else, though, too, in the process. So I don't have to deal with the later ones as much. Unfortunately, I think those are coming, and I'm not going to be looking forward to that. It's either they're going to have to start doing them later in the evening, or they're going to be a lot earlier. And I'm hoping that they're not earlier, because that's just going to put me in a piss poor mood as it is. And like, for instance, my team actually does all the order entry for Australia too. And so they do all their stuff. They're doing all their stuff now, so to speak. And the only time we can have calls with Australia are typically like between 4 and 6 o'clock p.m. And it's already the following morning for them.
Yep.
So I deal with the time differences just like you do. And it's a kick in the you-know-what, because it's bad enough when you work an 8-hour job as it is per se, 8 to 5, 9 to 6, whatever it may be. Working from home, you don't take a lunch anymore because you're stuffing your face while you're working. If you even eat lunch because, I don't even do that every day. And then for you having to be on calls because of being on calls like with China or whatever, that's the prime of their day, and you have to be there, because if you're a global company and it's something that you touch, it's like, come on, people. Try and think of everybody in these situations.
But they actually do. So, for me, I understand it. I've been doing this now almost 20 years. Same place, came out of school, and my brother's like, you're going to work here. I'm like, no, I'm not. And he's like, oh, yes, you are. You're not cut out for construction. Because I graduated right after 9/11. And all my jobs went poof. And so I started here and started lowest on a totem pole, and now I'm somewhere in there. And I've been doing this for 20 years, not what I went to school for, but I'm good at it and I like it. It's an interesting day every day. So do I complain? Yeah, I do, but I still love it. I go back to it every day. I'm not looking for something else. They've been good to me. I'm my best for them. So I enjoy what I do, and I've done a lot of different things within the company. So I've done sales, I've done logistics, I've done planning, I've done sales operations, I've done all kinds of different stuff. And it keeps it interesting. So, and it pays for the cards.
Mine pays the bills.
Yeah.
I just hit
That
15
too.
years. I just hit 15 years with my company at the end of November, but I've been in telecommunications for 20. So
And this job gave me my wife, so that's how we met. So
even
gave
better,
me a lot of good things. Yep.
even better.
So I was coming in, she was leaving. We met, and then the rest is history.
I was going to say the rest is history, right?
Yep.
Yeah, see, things happen for a reason, right?
Absolutely.
So I know you got more cars to show, Vinny. I know that's not all of them because you sent me the picture. So I know you have more stuff.
And things.
And
No.
and stuff.
And things and stuff.
There's one for Dave. Homeboys.
What's that? Oh, in the game?
Yeah, in the game. Don't buy one. I got
Was that was that a subtle hint, Vinny?
Yeah, I was an idiot and showed that. I shouldn't have. This is an ITG, pal. So this is the red, but it's not numbered. There's some of them that's numbered that are red and some of them that aren't. They're weird. They're like Pacific. They throw a corkscrew curveball. It just doesn't work right. But these are probably my favorite. This one here. Let me do this. This is another ITG.
In the game, they were never known for like cool inserts or anything. So anytime you got something like that where it looked nice, you got a bonus because they were in the game because that's what they were offering you, memorabilia cards. So
this is just a base, but I like this card.
There's a lot of sets out there, though. The base looks better than any of the inserts.
yeah.
Another one. Oh, and this one, the reels. Highlight reels.
Mhm.
Oh, I love this one. Oh, Canada.
Yeah, they've got some of the, like the emblem pieces too from some of those sets where it's just like I don't even want to look. Thankfully, that's after my cutoff date of when I want to look at anything. So I'm happy with that. But I mean, you see those pop up and it's just like go away. Get somebody buy it now or whatever and just get it out of my.
I can't resist. When I see a deal, I jump. It's hard. Here's another. This one's a cool one. You got some acetate action. You got some hologram action. It's upper deck. After I think this is 15-16. So you're not getting a box for this because there's a certain somebody in here that's you're never going to see wax for that cheap.
No.
So when you allude to deals, that's got to be another acetate card just because
Yep.
the name of it.
I'm a sucker for acetate.
Is that
It's
for
upper deck.
any? Is that for any card though? If you see a deal, are you like Dave to where if you see a deal that's too hard to pass up, you go after it, regardless of who it is?
I think I am his uncle. Yeah, you know, if there's something out there, you know, that I'll give you a good example. It's a jambalaya, and it's Spider-Man 2099. and I'm a comic book guy. I like Marvel. I like DC. I like Star Wars, Harry Potter. I'm a nerd. I like sports, but I'm a nerd. I like this stuff. But
We're
I saw
all
this
Vinny. We're all nerds.
$10 for a jambalaya card. Come on.
Yeah, that's stupid.
It's
Though.
just like And here's speaking of jambalaya, here's another one. The Lemieux in this. That's the one I lost. I told you, Dave,
Okay.
that it was on there. Oh, this one, and there's two more. I think there's either 3 or 4 Lemieux in the jambalaya. I have one of them. But when I got that set of 3 for what I did, I'm like, I think this is good. I'm not sure, but I know jambalaya is rare. I'm in a parking lot watching a softball game. My Beckett is far from me. I don't have the internet access to check it, but I'm going to go with the old gut. And that's what I did. And all these. There's another. This is ingrained. It's made out of wood. These are the ebony.
Is that the one at 10
Yeah.
or no?
No, I have the 1 to 10.
That's some of the stuff that I've had enough time passing on. As soon as you see like the Allure come out, and then there's like the ingrained in the wood, like the old, like it's almost like the wood burning. I've seen some brodeurs, and it's been so hard to hold off on those because that's exactly the stuff. That stuff is so hard to.
I screwed up on this. This is 1920, the 1819, the first year of ingrained.
Mm-hmm.
I should have bought it at $40-$50. I'm like, it'll be around. No, it won't. $400. But there's a guy on YouTube, Captain Puckhead. He's one of the first guys I started. He's either New York or New Jersey, and he's just fantastic to watch. He breaks UFC, NASCAR, but hockey, baseball, just funny, just great. But he put the whole set of this together. And I know he's one of the guys that probably beat me out to try to get this one because he said it was at 3:00 in the morning. And I said, I was up at 3:00 in the morning trying to get this thing. But yeah, these carved in time. They're fantastic. And
I don't know if they have all autograph variations, but I've seen some of them with it. And I'm like, oh my God, that's just.
That's ingrained. That's a piece of stick.
Those are
That's remnants.
So nice. Where one's to like 65 or something like that, and then you have another one. Some of them are like 30, and it's
listens
like,
to 100.
Okay, it might be 100 and then 65, but I mean, you start putting the knife, you get like a piece of the blade or the shaft in there from the stick, and you have like the multicolor. Those two, but then. Is that one?
It's bad made. The glue came undone. Okay. So when I got this, I'm like, I was not happy with this because that completed the. Go ahead.
I've seen a few of those. Even Chris from the Hobby Box or Cards Infinity that he opened the box. He was like, "Oh, we got one of those." Award winner things in there, and he'll like reveal it, and the metal piece will just drop. I'm like, well, good job, Upper Deck. It's tough.
Yeah.
You can't fault them for trying to come up with that, but at the same time, go through some trial and error to get something that actually fits in there. Even if there's like a little rivet on the back end, and then somehow layer the card. I don't know. I mean, it'd be something where you could try to do something, but it's tough to fault them for that stuff coming apart.
So I got that on a Saturday, and I went into my wife's office, and my dog's following me along. So if you see me on Instagram, I got a 100-pound albino husky. I have a Australian Shepherd, and then I have a Pomsky. So I got that card in, and as soon as I opened, that metal thing went flying out of there. They all went staring at it. And I'm like, oh, no. Don't touch it. It's shiny, I know, but don't touch it. And they all just looked at me, please. I'm like, I'll get you treats. I'll get you whatever you want. Don't eat the card. But yeah, the minute it came out, it was jacked. But again, you can't fault them. You could see where the glue lines are in a square.
Mhm.
You might want to put it around the whole thing, but here's the 10. This
So-
was
So nice.
this was July. This is the mahogany. That's number 10. And then that's the ebony. So that's the one numbered to 49. I own 10% of this population. I am like Dave. When I have a card that I just love, and usually I don't go for this uniform. So my favorite cards for him are in the early Penguins up till like 93. Then they went with the Flying V or the Robo Penguin. Now I like the Pittsburgh one down, but like this one here. So this is the base card from Ingrained from last year. I like this uniform with the Pittsburgh across it. But like the Flying V, it's those usually one and done. So yeah, like this is last year's Ingrained. I have, where's my eBay 101? I have one here.
Guessing jersey number.
Yeah. I think this is it. Yeah. So this is the 66. This is the only eBay 101 type deal, whatever they call it. I don't know what these kids say or whoever says it, but that's the 66 out of 199, 299.
Technically,
That's
anything
Ingrained.
could be an eBay 101.
Yeah.
It's number 2 of 2. It's an eBay 101. Huh?
Here's a
And the
good one.
jersey number is, 22
Yeah.
or
Exactly.
23.
So the cup, the just base.
I don't know, Dave. Have you noticed, and maybe this is a new trend or something? I've started noticing people listing stuff as eBay 101s because it's the only one listed on eBay.
Ryan from Bat Knob Cursive, he posted something on Instagram the other day. People were saying PSA Gem Mint 10. Well, possible PSA Gem Mint 10, and the card's raw. So just to get you kind of, hey, let me look at that. That's not the PSA 10.
I saw that on a 95 Select Certified Mirror Gold Terrell Davis listed for stupid money, PSA 10. And I'm sitting there going, huh? They need to incorporate like a flag button on eBay to where people can start going and flagging this shit as like bullshit.
What
Yeah.
Paul just said, I've seen that too. The jersey and the cert number are the same. Look, the card number, the cert number, everything matches. It's his jersey number. It's fantastic. Here's a shiny one for you, Dave. Out of Panini.
I think I've been Mike Richards like that. And again, it was just a cool patch. I think it was the combined shipping $1 for the thing. Again, too good of a deal to pass up. Do I need a Mike Richards Epic patch? No. No need for it whatsoever.
But I'll get it.
Yeah. And that's not even card currency that anybody wants.
This is black. I like this because of the patch. It's just solid. And then I think this is man-made. Well, they're all man-made, or female-made or whatever. But this one was cool. And I think this one was like $15 or something. I was like, it just looks cool.
Mm-hmm.
And I like that, with the uniform. This is my box of unprocessed stuff, because when it comes in, I like to put them in new holders. I got a box, probably one of those huge boxes from like a filing box. It's just full of old top loaders. So if you need top loaders, let me know, because I got those just sitting here because I like them clean, fresh. I get my little rag out, I clean them. We didn't do that back in the 90s, but I'm like, I see all these guys doing it, and I'm not going to get probably half of this stuff graded. I might not get any of it graded, but I just like it to look shiny. Like that run for the cup. I was there with the rag today cleaning it, and just to make it look spiffed up a little bit. But I like these older patch cards because they're game used. It's the stuff that's game used. You buy it today, and it's just like it's hit or miss. It was used. He wore it for 33 seconds, took it off, and it's used. This is Ultimate Collection. That's one of my favorite cards. I just love this card. I probably bought 5 of them.
I love that.
$10. Yeah, this is the 25th anniversary, and on the other shoulder should be the Badger Bob. So when Badger Bob passed away after the first cup, then Scotty Bowman came in. So they should have the Badger Bob on the other end. I'd like to kind of peek my way over there, but I can't see it. There's another one. Oh, another year of Ultimate.
Yeah,
Ultimate. It's the jersey.
I loved Ultimate and UD Premier before the cup. Well, obviously, they came out before then, but I think they get ragged on, or they don't get the love from upper deck, and therefore they get the love from collectors that they should, because that Ultimate used to be the shit. I mean, that was stuff you looked forward to.
Oh,
I get the appeal of the cup, but I'm not going to pay that much for the cup. Singles, of course. Well, I'll always look at that. But yeah, UD Premier, that 0203 UD Premier. Oh.
Then here's upside down. Chronology time capsules.
Opened or not?
I haven't found one that's priced right that's not opened.
Okay.
So this one was supposed to be not opened. So the same one. It's opened. And then what you got out of there was that little bugger right there.
Okay.
Like the rip cards?
Yep.
From A&G.
And then more acetate out of Chronology. The 0 degrees Celsius.
The ones that I found that I like and I don't want to start looking for, Jeremy's showing them his those Sub-Zeros to 8 or whatever.
Yeah, I have. I don't have any of them numbered, but I got the Lemieux Sub-Zero somewhere.
Okay. Yeah, there's some. I don't know. He's had something that he's shown that's to like 8 or 10 or something, and I'm just like, oh, another wicked cool insert or parallel, and it's just like, nope, I can't. I just again, if I had been collecting Brodeur all these years, that might have been one thing where you can. I would have had the Carlos type collection of Brodeur that he has of Madonna, but it's just like there's way too much stuff. And even like tonight, since right before we went on, there's a bunch of stuff I threw bids on, and I knew I was going to lose half of them at least. Probably lost them all because of the pricing. But there's a Brodeur ice carving superpower that was up. I've got one. That and that whatever the hell it is that I showed earlier, Hextall.
It needs a friend.
But that's the thing. I think I put 43 or 42 on it. And it was immediately outbid. It's like the armor plate. I've got 2 of those, but at the same time, I'd love to get more, but I know there's so many other things out there. And that's where you don't want to sit there and be like, oh, I got to get that ice carving, put like 65 on it, win it. And then something else pops up like 2 days later, and you're like, okay.
Yeah.
Do I want to sell
priority
something?
list? Yeah. Go ahead, Dave. Sorry, I don't mean to cut you off. I'm not used to.
Don't worry. There's enough footage on here on YouTube of me rambling that people They know what I'm going to say
No.
already.
But
you know-
I hate to cut people off.
Oh, that's all right. That's all right.
I do it all the time, Benny. It's fine.
Yeah. It's just especially with all the people I collect, and then all the people I like to pick up, and all the people I might want to snag a card of. There's so much out there, and that's why I've always went back to don't pigeonhole yourself into the one player,
No.
because it gets boring, and I know that. It does, because I mean, if I just did Josh Johnson, it'd be great on the wallet, but I'd be just so bored with like, oh man, there's nothing else I really can pick up, because I pretty much went through when I sold those basketball cards and said, okay, you know what, I'm gonna start whatever one-on-one plates I can get that are like $20-$25. I'm just gonna hit them, get rid of them, and then that's one thing less than I have to deal with. We'll make offers on the stuff on ComC. If they don't come down in price at all, then you know what? They're staying up there. Because I mean, there's one that was like 51. There's one that's like 35. I'm like, but like the 20, nope. It's got to be like 33 or higher. That's the lowest. I'm like, no, I don't care about that. But again, that it's the fun part where you can amass the collection. And it's a negative part where at some point the room's gotta run out, because like the table with Steve, I've got that sort of table. Then I've got two 5 or 6 shelf, like the metal shelves. That's got one. The one has like the top 2 things are what, doubles or dual and triples, and then like quads pieces. And then I've got A, B, C, 2 Ds, E and F, G, H and I, 2 J's, with actually 3, K, L, M, 2 M's, an N, O and a P, and a Q, I think is in there. Then like R, 2 T's, and then U, V, W, X, Y, Z. And then I've got like the 6 or 8 Johnson boxes on that one. So I mean, there's like how many ever that is, and then probably got about 15, 20 boxes on there. And then I got 2 here, 1 there. I've probably got about 6 or 8 case boxes of stuff. It's nothing like Bob has, because Bob's just got. It looks like he ramshackled.
So
Basically,
that's my. Yeah, I'm Bob Lewis's long lost uncle, and I got some of that stuff behind me. We did grow up. Well, he was born in West Virginia, but it's close enough. But I have that same kind of deal where, you know, I never got rid of my collection. Like my brothers, they got rid of it. My youngest brother had Nolan Ryan's that would make you cry. He came home one time. He goes, I think I got most of them. I said, what are you talking about, most of them? He goes, some lady was there and she said she liked me. And I gave her $100. And it was like 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th, 11th year Ryans. I'm like, I'm glad you're the handsome one of the family, because that worked well for you. And I was like, dude, how'd you do this? And it was just amazing to me. And then poof, one day. And I wish he wouldn't have done it, but he lost the interest for a while. But I'll text him almost 2-3 times a week, and I'll show him what I got. And he's like, what's that from? It's like those ingrained. He's fast. He's a woodworker. So to him, those ingrained cards are just fabulous. So like I posted that picture on Instagram of the Dale Earnhardt Jr. and Sr. in that frame. He made that for my wife when we first started dating, probably a while back. And, you know, he used to make all that kind of stuff. There's a picture of Pacino from Godfather Part 3, and he put African mahogany. It's probably almost 3 feet tall and probably 24 wide. It's one thing I never brought back with me. I think when I finally can get back to Pennsylvania to grab it, I'm going to grab it and put it up in here somewhere. But it's just something different than cards, you know. Like you said, what else do you collect? You know, there's other things, watches, like Carlos, you know, pen knives, what have you. You know, this cardboard gets us there, but after a while, we talk about chicken and whatever. You know, that's why I like this podcast. We talked about wrestling and games and toys, and you know, it's never. It's stuff and things. It's stuff and things. It's what I like. I like to talk about stuff and things.
It's things and stuff, Vinny. Get it right.
Things and stuff and things.
And I have to give you mad props. I have to give you mad props. That was a nice save earlier.
I saved something? What?
When you were talking about when you and your wife were still dating.
Yeah.
That was a nice save.
This the one episode where she'll sit back and say, "Put that on the TV. I want to watch it all," because I was sleeping on the second half. Did you say anything about me? So what I'm going to do tonight, I'll put it on the TV in the bedroom, and then she could wake up to it. So she could see all our 3 smiling faces at her. So, yeah.
Now, Ed, I wouldn't go that far. If we were top notch, you would be here all the time.
Yeah.
And we're still waiting for you to sign up for a future episode. You know, we're still waiting for that. We haven't reached the big time. You know, we like took a step up getting Viddy on. You know, that was huge. Huge.
You didn't step far.
Now, sure we did. Now we got to take it the next step. You know, we got to get Ed on here.
That was
Who is
cool.
it?
James Washington. I think that's
You'll be top notch when the wives join.
His wife is commenting on this episode.
Who?
So this is Vinny. Vinny's better half. She's been commenting on and off throughout the evening.
So like we're the preferred ones. Like
I wouldn't go that far, but
I mean I probably would.
I wouldn't go that
Boys,
far.
let's go.
We always have a good time, Matt. That's why we do this.
Okay, fuck your dogs. Let me stay out there. I don't care.
Sounds like my wife with the 3 dogs upstairs.
Okay, but wait a minute. See, Ed said earlier that this is better than Tuesday Night Football. Obviously, not in your wife's eyes.
I'm trying to watch the chat and see where she's lurking, but it's not working well. I thought she'd be sleeping, but she's watching football. She's a big James Harrison fan.
Yeah, but it's the Cowboys and is it the Ravens?
I think so. Oh, that Lambert's pretty. Oh, that's a nice one.
that's the problem with finding something you like. Then you start, oh, I like Lambert. I like Jack Ham. Again, like this one wasn't much.
Bad boys.
That contender set though, that was a well designed set with a deep checklist. The one thing I hated is most of them were short printed, but you didn't know what they were short printed to. I had the Terrell Davis from that set and stated print run is to 5.
Yeah, that's I never liked, and we mentioned it before, especially like the absolute, what is it, the jumbo patches, where it wasn't to 25, all of them. It was like, okay, then there's a Drew Brees in there to 5, or a Brady to 3, or whatever.
She plays fantasy football. mark at a time by a changing of the hat. I figure if I could get through all of them, we break Carlos's record. There's one for you, wife of mine. She has, it was 2 Christmases ago when he scored, what was it, 700?
Okay.
And I got her the plaque with a piece of the net, a piece of the puck, and it's signed on Black Friday for like a good deal. We'll leave it at that. Good deal.
I was going to say, don't spoil it.
Yeah. So I got to remember she's watching upstairs. She's lurking. And it's easy to buy her stuff because she's into sports. So it's just boom. Last
I had
birthday.
that, Dave.
Oh, Doug Drabeck?
Yeah, Elite Series. I have that one.
Yeah.
That's the only one I have.
I tried to pick out the Pittsburgh stuff that I knew I had.
Yeah, Danny Boy,
Cracked ice.
Central Catholic kid.
Had to represent.
The Archer.
Of course, they won 5 of 5. Emerald.
Nice.
This was a.
Oh, that's beautiful.
That's nice. That gold ink.
That was one of the
Anything
first.
for
It's
the-
like gold paint pen.
Yeah.
There, who is this? This is Lambert as well.
Anything from the steel curtain, anything from 74 to 82 is just, those teams are just fantastic.
You heard that, Ed?
Ed's keen to the doggos.
Yeah.
I'm not a fan of the sticker and the ink just don't do well. But for like $20 or whatever it was.
Oh, Stallworth. Okay. I was trying to make out the name.
That's to I think 25.
Dave's favorite set of all time.
Yeah, that's by far.
Me and Joe.
Oh, 06 National Treasures.
There's a company out of Pittsburgh that does these random things where you can get a signed helmet, a football, what have you. You kind of throw in $40 and see where it comes. She got a Jack Ham, Rocky Blyer helmet signed, and it's like there's like 60 things on the helmet. It's like Hall of Fame, Super Bowl, XYZ. It's busy, but it's awesome. She's like, "Who's this?" I'm like, because you couldn't make out the sis. I'm like, "It's Rocky Blyer. That's a good one." That's just nice.
Yeah, they're. What year was it? I want to say last April or 2 Aprils ago. Some guy out in DC was selling. He basically had, I don't even know how many. So, I mean, I spent way too much on a bunch of 06 NT. I mean, he had some quad patches. There's one I've shown with Clyde Bulldog Turner, Butkus, and Singletary. I mean, 3 colors for each of those guys to 5.
Wow.
And I was expecting, I'm like, okay, this thing's going to go for like 200. And it went, I bid, I think, like 110. And it went for like 89. I'm like, oh, you people are stupid motherfuckers. That thing is a jam.
What's like the story you told last week about who got something, an autograph, or maybe it was Joey. Burkhead 8 had that story. They pulled something out of a break, and it was like numbered to 5. of a Hall of Fame player,
Oh,
and they were disappointed. Was that you?
That was on that Grand Slam where he has a repack. I don't know what it's called, like Gold Mine or something like that. And you got 3 hits, and it was like in the pack, you got like a decent hit, a good hit, and then like the major hit. A lot of times the major hit was about as good as a good hit because you can't have great hits on every repack. You're just losing money. But it was a patch auto, Jim Brown, or like Leaf Limited 05.
Jim Brown, that's who it was.
To 25, and the guy was bitching, and I'm like, "Are you fucking dumb?
Out of your mind?" Exactly.
The dude's like, "You know what? Then he told one of his dudes, like, hey, refund this guy's money. Don't ever join again. If you're bitching about a Jim Brown patch out of 25, you have no clue what you're doing."
Exactly.
Because it's one of those new guys that all I wanted to see was the Mahomes or the whatever it was. It's like, no, that shit doesn't matter. That stuff's great if you pull it and you can jettison it out for big money. Get Jim Brown autographs. Those aren't going down anytime soon.
No.
So that
No, those there's a limited supply of those compared to what they produce these days. Just throwing that out there as a small tidbit. Oh, Tim Wakefield.
Oh,
old knuckleballer.
So yeah, that card right there, the rated rookie back in the day, I had a plethora of them that I used for trade. I remember my brother just bringing stacks. I'm like, "Where'd you get?" Doesn't matter. I have them. They're here. What do you need? When I go out next time, what do you need? And it's just, that was huge. The Slash, Cordell Stewart in Pittsburgh when it's local like that. So I went to a card shop around where Bob lives when we went back to visit my folks, and I'm just looking at the case. He's like, "I got some nice Lemieux, don't I?" I'm like, "Oh yeah, they're good." And just the price on them, I'm like, "Yeah." I said, "That's the local price. That's not the, Yeah, I'm lucky. I'm a lucky man." And to answer Ed, one day if I ever come on, I'll broadcast from upstairs in her office. I'll let Ed see the hounds. I'll bring them all in. They'll be glad to talk to you. They will talk to you. So I'll do that one time if I'm allowed back on.
Oh, you will be.
Why would you not be?
I'm weird.
Oh, come on, Vinny. Nah. You fit in with the rest of us.
Show some stuff, Dave. Oh yeah. There's one for the wife.
And that's one where most of the autos on there on the sticker. So that's the only reason I went after it, because I'm like, and I got back on Facebook. I didn't really want to. And of course, right away I started buying cards on there too, because that's where a lot of this stuff came from between like the end of 2016 and then what would it have been? Well, this past March or so. So, I mean, I got out, thankfully, at the right time. I'm not a political or religion person. When you talk about stuff on Facebook, that's rarely I ever want to hear it. So I was like, you know what? This will be a good year to pretty much take the whole year off, because I know that's all you're going to get inundated with. And I miss picking up some of that stuff because this is one here. I think I picked it up for like 30-ish. And if you can ever have a consistent quarterback, I don't collect them, but the patch is just too good. Even if it's like the player worn, DJ Moore. It's like, and it's number 10.
Patch is just sick.
So I mean, it's like, even if I don't collect it, you think ahead. You have to sort of think ahead, because okay, maybe if he blows up, guess what? That might be something where you can sit there and flip it for something you actually want. Or like this, I remember getting this for like $12. This might be worth more than $12. I should have probably sold it a while ago, but rookie year Derrick Henry dual patch out of Immaculate.
Yeah, that's a solid pickup, Dave.
So I mean, and that's stuff that again people want to see, but I just don't want to show it. Like Devontae Adams,
Yeah.
that's to 50 though. That's only bad for it if it was lower numbered. And I remember buying this for like $20 on eBay. DeAndre Hopkins, red ink, the 10 rookie model. So top. Like stuff I like, but at the same time, if somebody comes strong, they're like, "Hey, I want XYZ, ABC, and LMNOP for like a Brodeur, totally platinum gold to 25." I've got. They're willing to take a lump sum of cards. I've got the ammo. It's not like I've got McDavid rookies and stuff like that. But I mean, you can cherry pick this collection. And again, not that I'd want to do it, but if it came up where somebody plopped down and had it in my mind last night, I don't know why. I think I was about to go sleep and I was dreaming I had a Gretzky rookie, like a PSA 6. And this guy had like 12 Brodeurs that I wanted. They were all like in the top 15 of the list that I wanted. Because he just kept pulling them out. He's like, I'm going to go chronologically. And then he pulled like everything out that I wanted. I'm like, and I made the trade, and people like, you traded a Gretzky rookie for all those Brodeurs. How dumb are you? And I'm like, again, being a dream and you want to talk about a nerd, dreaming about trading cards you don't even have for dream cards. I mean, you really put yourself out there then. So I'm like, it just was something that I'm like, that'd be a fun scenario to be put, to have like that huge cornerstone card of not just your collection, but anyone's collection, and saying, hey, I've got out of your list of like 15, 20 Lemieux, I've got 8 of the top 15. And you're like, now what? Just hypothetical stuff where if it ever happens, I'd have to go buy a lottery ticket because I wouldn't believe it. But at the same time, it's just something, instead of thinking of all the negative shit in life or whatever, that's like, I'll think of dream scenarios of trading cards because that's who I am.
It's like that's why I have before all the retail went the way of the dodo, we would buy blasters because it's yeah, that's why, wife of mine, that's why. But we would buy blasters, and I would just, she and I would sit there and we open them. She's like, rookie, rookie, rookie. And I would go through them and say, I want to keep these because I don't know if these guys are going to be the next big thing or not. Like the Mahomes. I knew he was special. Put him away. But, these other guys, when they're a rookie, I sleeve them up, even if it's just a penny sleeve, and I put them in a box. And I sit there and I say, 2 years from now, he might be the greatest thing since sliced bread. And I have, somebody comes along and says, I'm looking for a Lamar Jackson number to 50 gold card from Donruss. Well, by chance, guess what Vinny has? Do you have any Lemieux, sir? Yes, please. Or whatever, And if it's somebody I like, if it's somebody out there in the community that's cool with me, I'll send them the dang thing. If they're missing this card from their collection and it puts that bookend on what they're looking to do, I'm not going to be the guy that says, I'm going to pillage this guy for everything he has. No, I'm either going to sell it to you for a fair price or I'm going to hand it over to you and just ship it. Who cares? It's cardboard. When it all comes down to it, it's cardboard. I love it dearly. I love the hobby. But thinking 20, 30 years ago, sitting there with my brothers, that there's this thing called YouTube in 2020, that I'd be sitting with two guys in my basement. That's the key part, the basement. like Wade and Garth talking to, you know, to you guys.
But it's not your mom's basement.
Yes, this is my basement. Thanks to my wife, I'm no longer in my parents' basement. So, but it's this is bigger than the cardboard. It always will be. The fun I had with my brothers to go through this stuff, and my brother, my middle brother, he wanted to work for PSA. That was like his dream. And that kid had hawk eyes, you know, like you watch Nolan Klein, Alico 3. That guy's got an eye. I mean, he's one of the first guys I watched, him and those back pages. And when I saw Nolan's come through with the stock market thing he has for his intro, yeah, blah, blah, blah. I was like, this is interesting. So this is like 3-4 years ago. I watched probably 400 of his videos, just watching his stuff. And he collects. He doesn't flip. He sells, and the guy funds his stuff. But there's a PC there. That's the big difference. There's a big PC. Same thing with JT. He has that Cabrera collection.
Mm-hmm.
You know, he sells cards. That's what he does for a living. But he collects Cabrera. I mean, that's a heck of a focus. And I've met him. He's been at the shows here. And I met Mike, Canadian Cards, who was one of the first guys to like anything on my Instagram, you know? So, you know, Mike's a great guy. He's always been nice to me. And I met him, didn't know I met him. So, and then after that, this whole thing broke out. And, you know, I have a stack of cards sitting here for him, Gary Price. I got a Bob stack. And I mean, I write what everybody likes down. And I say, you know, if I see something, if somebody's looking for something, I'm going to grab it for them. If it's reasonable and it's in my means to grab it, I'm going to grab it. And then I'll just send it to you or say, hey, do you need this? So I do a lot of blah, blah, blah. My wife knows.
Vinny should have been around. Yeah, Vinny should have been around in the old days.
Mm-hmm.
And this is the unfortunate thing with the new blood that's kind of taken over, I guess. Back in the old guard and the old crew days, in mine and Dave's heyday, of course, Dave has stuck around through it all. I've made my appearances here and there type situation. That's what it was. We always talk about it. You build the friendships and the cardboard becomes second. You know, I've said it multiple times before. I always sent more than what I ever received. And that's what it wasn't about the money. It wasn't about the rarity. That was irrelevant. It was one of those in which if I had something that I knew could be appreciated somewhere else, I would rather go to someone else and who could appreciate it. And it was always no strings attached. And that's the way those are meant to be. And even in those days, you still had people out there that were like became the expectation type
Always
situation. You know, oh, well, I sent you something. When are you going to return the favor? Beg your pardon? No.
Okay.
Although a lot of people always felt the need to reciprocate, it was because that's what they wanted to do. It was not supposed to be because it was expected. And, you know, these days it's all about what's next, what's the next big thing. You know, if you were to send something to somebody and it was, you know, you're not going to get the plug that you would if it was, you know, thousands of dollars worth of stuff, but yet it was only a few hundreds of dollars type situation. That's bullshit. That whole mindset and that whole philosophy, there is not a place, in my opinion, when it comes to those individuals. I've always felt as though when it comes from the heart and the fact that somebody thinks of you, that's where the value is. It's not about the what you could sell something for or what something sells for on eBay or anything along those lines. That's irrelevant. Now, on the flip side, if somebody were to send me something that was, $1,000 or whatever, I'd probably freaking go somewhere and want to give them a swift kick in the ass. That's excessive. Not that it's not appreciated.
Before or after you humped the Santa statue that you got it?
Well, since we don't have the Santa statue anymore, I can't very well do that. Maybe I'll. I don't know. I don't think I have anything big enough to be able to do that too. That just tells you Vinny pays attention. But
No studying.
Do what?
No, like in the movie Vakeman from Ghostbusters. No studying.
Not allowed. But no, I'd be forced to take a trip somewhere and give somebody a swift kick in the ass because that's excessive. But at the same time, that's when I mentioned it early on in the podcast when we first brought you on, the fact that you were never really given a second blink to a certain degree and trying to get involved with some of these people for whatever reason, you trying to branch out and form the relationships and everything else, that still chaps my ass because that's not what it ever was in the past. And hopefully at some point things will somewhat get to what they used to be and where it really was about the friendships. It didn't matter your sub count or who you knew or who you didn't know. It was irrelevant. It was all about taking that first step, reaching out to somebody, engaging in conversation, forming a bond and a relationship to where then that spreads to others. Because, as you said it in a lot of your text messages, and even I did, I'm thankful for Dave for making me do this. I mean, he put a gun to my head and said, if you don't do this, then, I'm going to, hunt you down. Okay, well, we all know that that's not true. But without him and I having those conversations and me doing this on a weekly basis, I wouldn't have met you guys. And it's one of those in which this brings me back to early on in the early days to where when your phone consistently goes off with text messages because of the people that you enjoy talking the hobby and even not talking the hobby. I mean, shit, Vinny, a lot of our text messages today were, just talking about past experiences, things along those lines. And that's how you consistently form those bonds and those relationships. And
Cardboard.
That's the start.
Good stuff. This got us there.
Exactly.
It's all it is. It's a conduit.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
And I had a book. I have a book, one of those old. They have the marble kind of color on it. I wrote every channel that I, and then I see the national videos of all the people, this big community and that, and I'm like, man, I like to meet X, Y, and Z. Then after a time, I'm like, no, I don't want to meet Y. Y is kind of douchey. I don't, But then there's guys that they intrigue me. Like one of the first ones I watched was Baseball Card Junkies TV, Tops 85 401. That Titanic Taters, and then they brought in Oakland A's 915. I think I watched every Oakland A's 915 video there is because I just like the guy. I think he's genuine. I think he's cool. Nate has a pure love of that, and Titanic Taters doesn't do a lot of videos on his own, but I think I've watched all those. But those guys, and then that's how I found out about Mike O, Wesker Griff, and Ray from Philly, because they did that like episode where they said this is the East Coast chapter. And I'm like, and I think Ed had a dog in that, or a cat, or I think it was a dog in that video. I'm like, I like these guys. I mean, these guys are solid too. I'm like, and those are the guys that I gravitate towards because they seem like good guys. There's other guys I watched after a while. It's like, smash the like. Nah, I don't tell me to smash the like. Don't all that. I'll do that on my own. If you're here for the right reason, then I'll do it naturally. I won't hesitate. But do something for a good reason. That's
On that
what I want.
note, for you guys here, don't forget to smash that thumbs up button.
There we
I'm
go.
just kidding. Or better yet, smash that thumbs down button. All works the same.
And I think it's Ray has a son. Is it Ray or Ray Jr. or something?
Yeah.
I mean, there's another guy trying to bring his kid into the hobby. That's what I like. You know, something's got to live and breathe after we're gone. If there's going to be any hope, or is it going to be a bunch of flippers for the rest of the time? And we can't buy a blaster box at Target. You know, when we go to a show, it's all this. I went to a show last time. I think I was telling Dave or Matt. I said, this guy had a little box about yay big, just full of 90s inserts. And I'm like, hi, how are you today? He's like, I got Young Guns over here. And I said, no, I'm fine where I am. And I said, what's the deal on this? He goes, oh, the sticky fell off. It's like 3 for $5 or 3 for $4, whatever the deal was. Basically, if you get to 10 cards, you get 5 free. I said, I have a 10 in my pocket that I will be spending with you, guaranteed already. And I just went through, and he goes, do you like these? I said, yeah. He goes, I'll bring more next time. Would you want me to do that? I'm like, absolutely, sir.
Yes, please.
I will. I posted it on Instagram, Dave. That was all those Team Pinnacle,
I remember that.
MV. Yeah, I was like, I spent like, my wife goes, what's the damage? I said, I only spent $40. I said, it was great. And I probably came out of there with tons of stuff. It was just great. I usually go in there looking for old wax because usually there's a plethora of that as well.
Mhm.
But I went on a Sunday. Usually JT's there on a Saturday. Mike's locked down up in Canada, so he can't come down. So it's one of the bigger shows around. And then there's south of me about an hour where my wife works. There's another one that they have, but they've all been canceled since. But that place is another plethora of everything. Those are the places that I haven't been to on the prime days to start looking. I want to look for stuff for Matt. I want to look for stuff for Dave, because that's half the fun. I know what I'm going to look for. I'm going to get that out of the way. I'm going to be like, okay, Cece, bring the bag. Bring the bag. I carry a pink duffel bag. I mean, it's bright pink. I'm like, start stuffing it. And then if I usually there's a guy that sells supplies at the end, his father, and it's a father and son. And the father usually just bags the stuff up for me. But you can't be, where are you going to get Ultra Pro pages for $15? Platinum pages and binders for $7. I'm still into that old school type stuff. I'm looking around. I just remember the 9-pocket ones that were built in and they had a hard leather cover? I just gave Cecilia one of those. She wanted football, and I had a football one from when I was a kid. And now she's going to put all the Steelers and all the Texans. So she said, I'm going to load it up. So when we broke that illusion stuff, I gave her the Watt and the Deshaun Watson are the first ones in there. So that's something for her to start collecting in there. Next to her Pokemon and Yu-Gi-Oh! And all that other stuff she does. And then I read up on that just so I know what to buy her. I like to get good stuff just so she enjoys it. If that's her prerogative, I'll buy it all day long. I want her to be able to have fun, She works hard in school. She works hard in sports. And I want her not to ever see the bad taste left in her mouth from the hobby. I don't want that. I don't want her to have to go through that kind of stuff. It's a cruel world. She's going to have to, but I like to shield as much as I can. At least for now. When she's older, she can shield herself.
Yeah, I was going to say, you don't want to dampen that passion.
No.
My kids never had a thing for sports cards, and that's fine. I mean, my youngest used to have a love for Pokemon and still has a crap ton of it. But, at the same time, that's not something actively being done these days. However, if and when I ever do go to the card shop, I mention it, and it's like, when are we going? I want to go.
Yeah.
Just because of good experiences. And that's what you want to keep in front of them, because, like you said, as they get older, I don't think we're going to have to consistently deal with the state of retail the way that it is. I think there will be some sort of normalcy that happens at some point. When that is, who knows? Because this all boils down to supply and demand, folks. I mean, that's the basis of all of this. Supply is limited, demand is high because of the situations. Therefore, people are going to pay stupid money. It's reality. It's in any business. It's in any economy. Supply and demand dictates what transpires. And for a young person to be in the hobby and somebody, that enjoys it because of the shared passion that she has with her dad, you being able to shield some of the BS that we consistently deal with, the better off she's going to continue to maintain that passion and that love, and even potentially look at passing it on down to her kids if and when that takes place.
Yeah,
That's
like oh, good.
No, I was going to say those are the kind of people that we consistently need to bring into the hobby and consistently try and feed what the future of the hobby is going to look like.
Yep. Going to what Ed commented about, like Ray's son, that's the fear I have. I don't want to bring her on here with all that Copa stuff, because that'll be the one time. Oh, gummy bears.
And these are the best brand. Not to interrupt, but I mean,
those are good.
Haribo, just saying.
These have like
Those are good though.
12 flavors or something. 12. All those little friends, different flavors.
Is the green one apple or lime?
I think it's apple.
Dang it. They ruined Skittles when they did that.
I know.
Lime ones.
I know. I'm the same.
Yeah, but it sucks that Ray's kid and my kid can't be on here to enjoy this with us, because we were talking earlier. That's like my biggest fear is something. It's like when I was telling you I was gonna come out and put Voodoo Child, the old NWO entrance music, when I popped up on here. Oh, hi. And then it's all I need is Dave to get kicked off because of copyright for Voodoo Child from Jimi Hendrix. But it's the dumb stuff. It's like I think I've watched from his last video to almost 2010 of sevens. There's a guy right there that's like, I mean, the guy was good. I mean, everything that guy, message wise, card wise, everything. He do something for somebody or say something nice to somebody, I think was what he said.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's right there. Boom. I mean, that's what I like to see, and he had his kid on there too. But then I haven't seen him since he just posted stuff on Instagram, because I followed him on Instagram and it was him working out and something, his son graduated or something. But there's a guy that, if anytime he comes out of the woodwork, I wouldn't mind talking to that guy because, you know, like-minded individuals have a tendency to fluctuate towards each other, you know, and it's nice to see people. I find myself going back and watching not new stuff. If somebody new comes out, I'll watch it, see what it's like. But I have this gravitational pull to old guard people. Like I started watching Joey stuff, Burkhead 8. I go back and I look at stuff, you know, 150 videos of yours. I mean, Dave, I watched stuff where you were at a Guns N' Roses thing. And I'm like, that's great. I skipped my high school reunion to go see Guns N' Roses because they came back, because I found that a better service of my time at that point. I missed them. I missed them before, and I was not going to miss them again. I will see the rest of you at the 30th reunion. I will see you then, possibly. But that to me, I had to do it. It was something on a list that I wanted to do since I was a kid, and I did it. But it's the things that we talk about other than all the other stuff. I love showing cards. I love talking about cards. But all this other stuff is stuff and things and stuff. It's what makes the world go round. So, I mean, it's great.
So Dave, to go back to the gummy bears thing and the fact that I'm still waiting for my Reese's pumpkins.
Don't worry, they're gonna be heading down there.
Okay, well, is it going to be here before Christmas?
Unless again, UPS and the postal service decide to ship it to like Kazakhstan, and then it comes back over here and gets stuck in what, like, where's it, Linwood or something wood, Missouri, I don't know, like 3 or 4 hubs that are just like absolute purgatory for packages to like go and die. So there was one out in like New Jersey, one in somewhere by Chicago, and then the one that's just west or just east of St. Louis, and they're just garbage for like sorting facilities. So unless it should be good.
So can I request a thing of gummy bears so I can see what it's all about? That, because that has to be a northern thing.
These will kill your Haribo. I like the Black Forest to come out with one like a little juice in them.
Those are pretty good. They're pricey because they're, you know, all natural. They're organic, you know, so you pay for that price tag. But I have to admit, those are pretty good. I grew up on Haribo, and that's just because they're more gummy. You know, they're harder, that harder gummy. But
these are a little softer, and they're so good. They come
My
out with
wife
like
just got
the 2-pound bag. Oh, you open it up, and you're like, how are you not having like an air freshener of this scent? I mean, you could just money. You would just be printing money.
It was
so good.
my wife just got one of these Santa Claus things that are tiered, and there's little boxes, and I'm like, oh, what pray tell is in this thing of loveliness? It came from a wine company. I'm like, wine. I don't want to. And I open it up, and ooh, chocolate. All the Lindor truffles. She's like, you're going to eat all these, aren't you? I said, yes, I am. I said, I don't eat them often, but I eat them.
But when I do, I eat them all.
I said, you'll have a few left, so try to eat them now. Because like she says, I sleep eat. So I'm up late because I don't sleep much. I work a lot, and I'll wake up, and she's like, why are there Snickers wrappers everywhere? I'm like, I have no idea. The dog must have got to them. The dogs don't eat chocolate.
Speaking of Snickers, hold on, I'll be right back.
I was down at my brother's beginning of September in Appleton. We went to Costco or Sam's Club, and they had a huge bag. I don't know if it was for like the Halloween or not, of Mamba. and that's one of my if Bonkers came back, that would be something I buy in a good bag. Are those Christmas
fried Snickers, brown
Ooh.
sugar.
Blame this mad scientist. What is this nonsense here?
Fried
Rambling.
Twinkies, fried Snickers. Good Lord.
Are you sure you're not in Houston? Because I know that population is a weighty population. Because that seems like something you'd have like a street taco truck. Nope. Street fried Twinkies, fried Snickers. People just vendors going down the street.
My wife found a recipe. Holy shit, they're good.
Probably should share with the class. That'd be nice.
She's not here. But man, so good. That's some good shit.
Did you mention the sponsor in the beginning?
Of course I did.
I might have missed it because I was logging back on. So I have you on screen up here. I have you a screen down there. And somehow, between having you on 3 devices, I missed that.
I think we did it twice too. Because Ty had asked.
Yep, because Ty popped. What? Did we already go over the sponsor? And it's like, yeah, you were late to the party. Coors Light. It's been a Coors Light past few weeks from the beer front perspective.
Oh,
Those
are good too.
Those are good too.
I made sure to put some snacks up here so I wouldn't go hungry because that's a problem.
I haven't had those yet.
Oh, so good. The jalapeno cheddar Cheetos.
So I have to ask. So was it Lay's that just came out with cheddar jalapeno? Has anybody tried them yet? Oh, that's disappointing.
My answer.
That's disappointing.
But I
trust Dave's opinion.
For jalapeno or jalapeno cheddar chips, I pretty much only stick with the kettle cooked because I pretty much can go through a bag of these in a day, maybe a sitting. The Dutch Crunch jalapeno and cheddar. That is I mean, I'll say it for probably everything. That's another crack. I'm just sitting there, I chug and mow through it. Another one is, and again, this is from Wilmer, Minnesota, so it's up here. I try to not spill it, but it's one of those deals where it's got like peanuts, the stuff in there, the corn nuts are in there. Oh.
They have a thing
at Sam's Club. I wonder why I bend like bed frames or chairs, or I crack concrete when I walk. It's like, Christ, Tubby, fucking put down the food for 10 minutes. I mean, gee.
Yeah, I'm definitely not at my earlier fighting weight of my young age. I'm definitely not there anymore. But they
that's
called
gravity, Vinny. Just FYI.
Lots of gravity. 35. Once you hit that number, no metabolism, a lot of gravity. Tons of it. But they have a southern, when you go back down to your brothers, they have a southern trail mix. And it's got like these spicy peanuts. It has sesame sticks, peanuts, and all kinds of goodness. It's a green container, a can. It comes out around Christmas, and sometimes it stays for longer. It's not like the McRib. That disappears too quickly. I had one last night. It was horrible. I was so disappointed.
They're supposed to bring it back permanently.
That'd be nice, but if it's as bad as the one I had last night, it was like not enough sauce or something. It tasted odd. I was disappointed. I've waited so long.
I do mine without the onions.
I get mine plain. I save the pickles for Dave. I know I don't want to be the cause of the shortage. Between him and my daughter, she discovered double cheeseburgers or McDoubles. Chickentarians, the whole family, chickentarians. And all of a sudden she ate a hamburger. She's like, "Woo, I like this." So we've gone to like every hamburger joint buying hamburgers, extra pickles, please. So now that she's into it, like when she starts liking a food, I make sure her horizons are widened. You know, me traveling, I got to eat a lot of different places. And like my dad says, does everything have to come back to food? I said, did you see us most of our lives? I said, did Granny cook the way she did? And said, here's your 6th pork chop. Here's your 5th bowl of spaghetti. Here's some more roasted meat and potatoes. Here's some more pasta. I was doomed. I don't know how I made it this long, being the Adonis I was at a young age, to become pleasantly plump, as Cartman would say. But it's...
But happy.
You know, yeah. Yeah. But my youngest brother could cook. Oh, the pizza. I mean, world-class pizza, pasta, sauces, lasagna that would make the angels cry. It's just fantastic. When I go back, you know, Dad, bake me a loaf of bread. I'll just bring it right out of the oven, have a pat of just bring the stick of butter. I'll rub it on, and we'll, you know, it's homemade stuff. You know, my wife makes barley soup. I'm like, just come on. And she hasn't commented. I was waiting for the fatty comment from my wife, but you know, but
well, it is getting later. Maybe she's asleep now.
No, this is when she chimes in. Just when you think she's not lurking, she pounces like a cheetah.
Yeah, that's what we did this weekend. Tristan and we baked bread, made cookies. I made chicken noodle soup, which is just, again, I'll put that up against anyone's chicken noodle soup because it's heavy with vegetables. And I don't use like the regular, I'm trying to think. I can't even the cremette, like those kind of egg noodles. I'll use like a thicker egg noodle where it won't just sap up all the broth. And then my chili. That's my chicken noodle soup and my chili. I'm not confident in a lot of other stuff. I will put those against anybody's out there, and I will make sure that it's perfect every time. And people from work, I made the error twice of making huge because I make the big cauldron of it because it's like, oh, here's for the one. It's like a tailgate type recipe. So it's like, oh, just do this, and I double the recipe. So I got the fucking huge cauldron. It's all the way to the top basically, and so I'm like, I'm not going to eat 15 pounds of chili. I'll have 4 of those pounds, and then maybe 1.5 pounds or 2 of cornbread, but. So I gave some to the people at work, and they're just
cornbread.
Motherfuckers. They're just like, when are you going to make that chili again? When are you going to make that chili? Are you going to make that chili anytime soon? Are you going to make enough for everybody?
$5.
My wife used to make, she used to work at the same place as me. So there's this guy there that said, hey, we're having a potluck next week. Is the wife going to make those cheesy potatoes? I said, I'll see what I can do. So she makes 2 trays of them. We're all getting, I don't want to say the blessing, but the speech from, this is probably, had to be like 7 or 8 years ago. And he's in the back here. And he looks at me. He goes, she make the potatoes. Oh, yeah. I said, that table over there. President of the company talking, or whatever he was, talking. He's scooting around this table, scooting around that table. I'm like, wow. Okay. But he first in line, but he had them in probably 1997, 98. when the oldest girls were little, and he remembered it. Well, she left in 09, so he hadn't had them for like 5 or 6 years. And I'm going to tell you something. I wish that was a higher person up in the company, because I'd have got a lot of kudos that day, because he was searching for them things.
Yeah, cheesy potatoes are fucking good. They are.
Oh. And my oldest two say they're never the same twice. She goes, they're good, but they never taste the same twice. I don't know how that works. Yeah, cheese on top. Yeah. And like Joey was saying, we put the ricotta cheese in there. And if my wife still listens, this should be good. So my brother goes to me. She doesn't like ricotta. I said, no, don't put it in the lasagna. He goes, I'll put it in. She'll never know. So he just, he puts it in a way you can't tell. Mm-hmm. And she's like, oh, this is the best lasagna ever. My brother's like, you're eating ricotta cheese, lady. So when she watches the replay of this, so sorry, brother of mine, I ratted you out. She likes you probably more than me anyhow. So
yeah, I don't do ricotta cheese. I've yet to but on the flip side, I've yet to have somebody make lasagna to where I couldn't tell it's there. It's one of those things in which
it's a skill.
If somebody didn't tell me it was in there and I tried it, and then they told me afterwards, I would be able to give them props. But typically, the way people make it, I can taste it, and it's like, no. And I can't stand ricotta cheese. I hate it with a passion.
He could hide it with the best of them. You never could tell, because usually you could tell because of the consistency of it. But he put it through a blender with all the other cheeses, and you're just like, oh, cheesy goodness. I don't even know it's there. It blended so well. And it's, I haven't been back there for a long time because of all this stuff to visit. And I'm like, my dad said, he goes, you're missing the food? I said, oh, yes. I said, not that I'm not getting good food, but I miss some of the things that I grew up eating that would be comfort food, stuffed peppers. My dad can make a stuffed pepper with the best of them. Oh, Lord. Halupki. But, we ate a lot of roasted meat, pork and lamb, and a lot of pasta. Lots and lots of pasta. My brother makes a cauldron, 5 gallons. My wife does the same thing. She makes a sauce pot, 5 gallons, and then we freeze it. And, crack one of those open like hitting a safety glass. I need something good. And then break that out. And then there's a place that has pasta from Italy, and it's only like $1 a bag, but it's right from the boot. And you just grab that stuff and good. Yeah, that's right. Wow. Layers.
Now I'm getting hungry again.
Where I had mentioned too, there's a place, and I don't know if they've closed it all because of this COVID shit or what, but in Duluth, we went. Tristan and I went. Man, I don't know if it was last fall, and it's a place where they smoke all their own meats, and I mean it's like pretty much right there. And when he said the Carolina sauce, that's more like a mustardy sauce. They have the Alabama, which is like a white horseradish sort of base sauce. The Carolina, which is sort of like a mustardy sauce. And then I think like a Kansas City type, and then I don't know, there's like another one too. That Carolina sauce. I mean, we had, I don't know, it was like a sampler of like brisket and shit, and just, I'm like, God damn it, I'm just gonna go in the back and just eat. You guys just bill me. I don't give a shit. Just weigh me now, and then weigh me when I'm passed out. Then we'll figure out from there how the billing goes. Just so good. And then up here we've got, I call it the funeral hot dish, because at the store they make it when there's like a funeral or a wedding. It's wild rice, It's like cream of chicken soup.
Oh,
celery,
good Lord.
mushrooms. I mean, they make a fucking vat of it. And I'm sitting there, I'm like, make sure you got like a couple containers worth for me. And like, okay. And I mean, I'll eat those two in like one sitting. I'll pay for it dearly. It's like a pea shooter out my ass, but I'm like, this is the best stuff in the world. I mean,
Minnesota wild rice. Oh,
fuck. I can't get wild rice soup. My mom will make a big pot of that for my birthday. She's like, here's your birthday gift. And I'll eat in one sitting. One sitting. I'm like, you wonder why my gut looks like Fat Albert's lower lip. I mean, it's horrendous, but I mean,
same place.
It's so good.
The same place I stay in Minnesota, where they have you had the walleye, had the wild rice soup. Oh, so they switched over to the Mexican restaurant. Well, the hotel I stay at hired the guy that made the soup. So I'm friends with all. I don't partake much in the fizzy pops, as you would call them, but I go down to the bar because I know all the bartenders, I know all the staff at the place, I know all the kitchen people. I stay here frequently, so they know Vinny. And the guy goes to me, "Hey," I was like, "What's going on?" He's like, "They got the soup." I said, where's it? I didn't see it on the placard. I walked through, I looked for it. He goes, Tuesday night. I said, just save me like 6 bowls of it. Charge my room, do what you need to do, just have a lot of it left. Because I'm probably not going to be here till 7 o'clock. And by that time, usually it's gone. You just make sure there's some. I come in there, rolled in there like 7:30. I said, you got it? He's like, I got this. I'm like, oh, okay. It's like the episode from Seinfeld. I'm like, oh, I'm just keep bringing it. Just keep bringing it. Oh, that soup. My wife even remembers it when she used to travel there too. And that soup. Whew. Did I mention the soup? The soup is good.
Yeah, there's food. Food is great. I mean, I'm trying to think of other stuff. The fish fries up here, they're huge.
Oh,
It's usually the Friday nights.
for Easter.
I'm trying to think what else we've got. So we went through a lot already for food.
There's still plenty of other stuff you can talk about when it comes to food.
Oh, I know that.
There's a lot of stuff and things in the food category.
And things and stuff, for that matter.
Oh, squared.
Yep.
I know at some point too, I don't know what kind of chips they are. It's not the one chip thing, but there's another, like a ghost pepper chip that I've got that I'm going to do that on video too and make a fool of myself.
Make sure you have your milk ready.
I know.
Oh, tons of it. Those are rough. I tried one. My wife found it very funny.
Yeah, I can't. I like spice and I like hot, but there is such a thing as too fucking hot, and I'm not even gonna try it. That right there, if it's, like I said, I like spice, I like hot, but I like it to where I can still enjoy it. When I'm starting to sweat, my eyes are watering, and I can't feel my tongue. No, there's a problem with that.
We'll get into what Joey was saying about the national. What do you guys thinking the odds are? Because I was hoping to go this year, and then there it went with all this stuff. It was going to be my first one. I've been to big shows, but that's between that and the Toronto Expo for hockey. I think that's been established between Dave and I that there's going to be a crew making a run for the border up there for a show up there, because that's just hockey utopia. I mean, that would be fantastic. And I live close enough where I could get across and spend 3 or 4 days, get somebody to watch the dogs, and that would be excellent. But I was kind of bummed that, you know, Cleveland is only like 2.5 hours away from me. So that was going to be a definite destination, probably more so than Chicago, because Chicago's like a 6-hour drive. And then when I lived in Pennsylvania, you know, Atlantic City would have been easy. But now it's transcontinental. That's 6 hours and another 5 or 6 hours to get across the old Keystone State. You know, Michigan, Pennsylvania, how they use them as the maps. And I want to be there, but it's interesting to see if there is one. The Virtual Expo was interesting. Dave, I know you went for that was like 2 or 3 weeks ago. I kept on getting kicked out. I was trying to go to see a Meats booth, and I'm like, why isn't this app working? Well, it had me logged in twice. So on another screen, everything was fine, but the screen I was on, it didn't work. So I was in there twice, and that's why I couldn't get back in. Then when I finally realized that it was like 5 o'clock and it was over on Sunday. But that, you know, I'm hoping it happens, even if I don't get to go, just to see the stories and everything that comes out of it, you know.
And I think somewhere Michael Shane, who's a Johnny Bench, Hank Greenberg collector on here, he had posted, I think, on Facebook that some of that stuff's already starting to book up for hell. Because I'm like, man, you're talking, what, 8 months out, basically, a little under 8 months out, which is about 2.5, 3 months, because I usually be like the beginning of March, you'd start hearing like, okay, the stuff like right across the streets filling up. Better get there now. And it's like, man, you got stuff that's filling up before Christmas. You must have a lot of people with a lot of money and not many family members, because Christmas is coming. And you can't be like, oh, well, I'm going to, and again, I know they don't charge, I don't think in full now, but at the same time, you got to have something down. And if you're going Wednesday through Saturday or Sunday, whatever it may be, that's a healthy chunk of money you're gonna have to have down. So I hope it happens. I want it to happen. I don't think the expo in May will happen.
No.
Because Toronto or Canada's just being more vigilant with all of what they're doing. US is just sort of, I don't know, haphazard with it. You got people that are just frantically locking themselves in their bomb shelter. Then you have like the middle ground people who are just trying to go along and do what's suggested, because again, it's not like anybody here has had a hell of a lot of experience with it. And then you got people on the other side that are just like, I'm in America, fuck you, I'm not wearing a mask. Well, what if your mom gets sick? Well, they're not gonna, and then they die a week later or whatever. It's like, well, it's what we call karma. So you can't I've said it so many times at work, and of course now when I need to remember it, I can't. But you can't make it fit your like whatever your focus is. You can't be like, well, I'm gonna wear it for this, but I won't for that because of reasons. It's like, no, just do it. If we do it, guess what? We do it all together. We get back to fucking doing what we like. You keep on fucking being dicks. We keep on dragging this shit out. So I don't know. I hate wearing it, but again, my grandma has shitty breathing. So, and Naomi's got asthma. I know I've seen some reports about the asthmatic are less susceptible, but I don't care. That doesn't pertain to my thought process. It doesn't mean we're gonna fucking, hey, let's go to the Mall of America and walk around without masks. No, it's you wear it because you're susceptible to fucking bullshit. So let's see what we got for comments. Believe it or not, by me talking, I missed a bunch. This, I agree. I want to see what Mark Mark has. 'Cause I said Giordano's and he scoffed at me. I still want to go to Giordano's. I don't care because I'm fat and I want food. But he said there's some stuff down, I think, like Lake Street in downtown that's better. And I know there is because I remember seeing them on some of those old food shows as well. Like, here's like the hole in the wall dive, but they got the deep dish pizza and they pull it out and it's just like, I will die there when I have that. Just, I'm dead. And I can relate to Philippine food. That is so good. That stuff is absolute. Oh, some of the best in the world, especially the authentic stuff. It's absolutely the best. And I was Steve when he was saying about the chips too, that I had said earlier. I don't want to fucking feel my mouth just burning and numb. I mean, if I can't taste it, what good is it? And so Joey corrected me, which is nice. I think it might go Dallas. At some point, it's going to have to. Because you got Panini, you got PSA. I'm trying to think who else is down that way, but you've got a big card hub in Texas. Why wouldn't you then have the show every 2-3 years, probably 3, down there? Because I don't think you're ever going to go back to the West Coast. Yeah, balut is the Philippine delicacy with that chicken that's sort of alive-ish. That would be the only bad part. Having it in Dallas in the middle of or end of July, you'd have to have some sort of underground tunnel transportation. And then all the scorpions and snakes and tarantulas or whatever. Denver would be, I don't mind it. I think there's a few card shops out there too that you could, I don't know if Mile High Sports is actually one of them, but I know it's been said with like, yeah, Atlantic City doesn't, it's got the gambling aspect too, but if you go to Vegas, that's a lot more gambling situation to indulge yourself. So I don't know if that'd work well. Vegas really isn't one I care to go to, but
I couldn't do Vegas.
Piping hot too. I don't care about people saying, "Oh, it's a dry heat." I don't give a fuck. I swear.
Look, it gets 120 degrees in Arizona. It's a dry heat, but it's fucking hot.
Yeah, Omaha would be nice. Again, for me, it'd be great because let's say there's a national going on. If you got like a tornado warning, I'm gonna go find a tornado chaser and I'm gonna go with them and See if we can find a tornado. That's what I'm about.
Had to go wired. Just think, a podcast lasted longer than earbuds. Never on the Insert Revolution podcast. Then I,
If that was on your bingo card, you won.
yeah, jeez. Then I plug it into this microphone that I bought, and it's up so loud it almost cracks my eardrums. I'm like, good Lord. I have like 6 sets of these things. I take everybody's hand-me-downs, and I'm trying to do it on Bluetooth. I got these, nothing. These are freaking good things. I tried these things, nothing. Got to go dig in a drawer for a pair of wired ones.
So note to self: we must maintain less than 3.5
No.
hours for Vinny to
No.
not run out
I'll
of juice.
plug it in from the beginning. I'll wear these things from the start. I'll have backups. Well, I get on the thing, and it's like Safari does not work with StreamYard. I'm like, oh, the shit you say. And I'm like, okay, so what do you suggest, StreamYard? It gives you links. Firefox, some browser I've never heard of, or Chrome. I'm like, I guess it's Chrome it is. I'm downloading, I'm looking at the watch. I'm like, oh boy, it's going to be close. I'm like, I'm glad I came in a half hour early just to make sure everything worked well. I got bells, whistles, I got everything prepared. I'm like, I'm prepared. Took the day off. 10 o'clock, they called me. We need you. Okay, I'll be. It's not like I had to go anywhere. I just had to, like, I have a 2 wanderers set up. I got all my work stuff. I'm there. 5 o'clock. I'm like, okay, everybody's good. I'm leaving now. Get everything set up, put the cards out. And then this happens. And I'm like, oh, technology, how you failed me today. It's got to go back to Thunderdome. I must, by calling it off with Bob, Carlos, I screwed up. It's going to haunt me for a while. It's going to haunt me for a while. Where is Bob Lewis tonight? I saw Matt in here.
I do not know.
He's tired of us.
Yeah, we can't be tired of Bob. Trying to look at something.
No, I said he's tired of
Oh,
us.
yeah.
Not we're tired of him. He's tired of us.
Well, that's a possibility. And then he heard I was coming. Ugh! Really scared him out of his wits. There could be one Pennsylvanian on the podcast at a time.
There you go, Ed.
There you go. I'm surprised my boys aren't clawing at the door. I've been down here for 3.5 hours. It's like I disappear off the earth, and then when I come up the stairs, he's back. So they're
This is Charlie.
Charlie.
Yep. He's the boxer healer mix. A rescue.
Yeah, same with mine. I rescued a lot of them. My daughter's got 3. My other daughter's got 1. We rescued him. He wasn't going to make it. We bottle fed him till he's now, we call him Fatter. His name's Taz. He's now a big old pit bull. And then found my other daughter's dog. We were at a store and I saw her, and she was graduating high school, and she's like, I want a dog. I'm like, I don't need another dog. And I told her about this dog that me and the wife saw. She's like, oh, that'd be great. My wife's like, I'm like, okay. So I go back out with her, and we're driving around, and I'm like, look, she's not here. Then out of the corner of my eye, I see her over at the pet store carrying this dog. I'm like, and my daughter's shedding a tear, and I'm like, oh, I can't. She's over there. I just saw her pull into the Petco, PetSmart, Pet Emporium, whatever it is. So then 5 weeks later, we got her. So, and then she moved out. She got another one. And then 6 months later, she got another one. I'm like, so when they come or they go anywhere, they drop them off here. I had 2 of my own. And I have my youngest daughter. Well, I need a dog. You and Mom have a dog. No. So my wife meets this nice Amish couple from Ohio that has a dog that she would enjoy to have. So we go to Ohio last year, and there we go. We have Galaxy, the Pomeranian Husky mix. So we went in there and grabbed him. So now I have 3. Then when I have all of them, I have 6. And possibly 7 if the other one comes. It's Ed Westerger's utopia of dogs, and they're all great dogs. So, but I rescued my first one 10 years ago. He's been with me since I moved here. Got him New Year's Eve 2010, and Australian Shepherd, and he's me and a dog, as my wife says. And then the Husky who argues with everybody, that's her and a dog.
What breeds do your daughters have then?
So Pitbull, Taz,
Okay.
and then Nala is a Shepherd Husky Lab mix. She has a blue tick hound and Golden Lab, I think. Yeah. Lab or Retriever. Gunner. He's a big old boy. And then I have my Shepherd, my Husky, and then a Pomsky. And then I lost a dog when I first moved here. She passed away in 2012. But there we go. 2 of them.
Yeah, the black one's a lab pit mix.
Gotcha. But
He's old. He's old, man.
I'm better for them. They make my life. They're the highlights of my day. When I come upstairs, where have you been? I'm glad to see you. Things are better now. And they know how to open and shut the door. The back door has a handle where it's up and down. So they hit the handle, put their body weight into it, and they open it. If I could teach them to shut it, it would be good, especially in the winter or on the summer nights where your AC is going to run till 6 o'clock in the morning. And I just fell asleep letting the dogs out. But I have that problem. Like, it's awful cold in here. And I look over. Oh, I did it again, didn't I? I'll be watching something and then. But they bring me. I don't need cameras, really. I have them to tell me where anyone's within a square mile of the house because they just start barking. So.
Yeah, that's one thing. When we got Trooper and I was still traveling a little bit, I never had to worry about my wife and my kid ever. And what really cemented that belief is we were asleep one night, and I'm a heavy sleeper, like really heavy. So I can sleep through almost anything. I didn't find it out till the next morning, and this is before we got Charlie, so we just had Trooper. So in our master bedroom, where I sent you the picture, that bay window right there, Trooper heard something in the backyard. Had no idea what it was. Irrelevant at this point in time, right? And he was growling at the backyard. And it woke my wife up. And as she was trying to get near the blinds to like check or whatever, he was in the middle of the window and kept pushing her away from the window. So whatever it was, he wanted her to have nothing to do with it. So ever since then, when I travel for work, I never have to worry about their security because I know these, now that we also have Charlie, I know these dogs would just rip into somebody.
Well, the husky, he's about 100 pounds. His name's Ghost. We got him as a rescue. My oldest daughter calls me, middle of the day, it was Halloween, calls me on my work phone. I'm like, she didn't call. Oh dear. So I go out of the meeting, run out of the conference room. I'm like, what's going on? Everything okay? She's like, remember that dog when we were supposed to get as a puppy? I'm like, yes. Mom says we can't get him, but they're going to kill him. They're going to send him to it's not going to be good. I'm like, is it the husky? And she's like, yeah. I'm like, what did your mom say? No. But please, they're going to kill him. I'm like, they're going to take him to a shelter. He's not going to live, yada, yada. I'm like, go get him. Just go get him. So he shows up and he's just argumentative. They beat the snot out of him or something. I don't know what they did to him. He was just, I don't know what happened, but he's skitterish. But now he's 100 pounds and he's snow white. He's got these opaque eyes. They're crystal blue. So when the light hits him, they glow red. He looks like a demon. So he perches like a cat. So he sits on the back of the couch like a cat with his tail swinging back and forth like one of those clocks. And he sits in the window. We have this big window. So people came up to the house one night and clipboards and all that. And they looked in the window and I'm like, oh, this should be interesting. And they caught a glimpse of him. And I opened the door. I said, hi, what Pertel do you want? Oh, no, wrong house. I'm like, uh-huh. Okay, bye-bye. So he's a handful, but my dad calls him Snowball, which is an inch. It's not his name, it's Ghost, but Dryden is my Australian Shepherd, the brown dog, if you saw him on Instagram. And he's my watchdog. He barks, and then the other one's there for the muscle. So the next door neighbor had a Chihuahua, and it's back when my daughters lived here. And I think we just had 3 at the time. We had Taz, the pit bull. We had Ghost and Dryden. And since Dryden was a baby, when my youngest daughter was born, I've taught him to protect her at all costs. I said, just wrap yourself around her, protect her. So this dog nips at my daughter through the fence, and Dryden wraps his body around him. And then there goes the husky. Never seen him that upset or mad in my life. Just fangs out. And then there comes Taz, because he's a little pot-belly guy. Boom, boom, boom. Well, hey, you guys, wait for me. I'm going to get in this fight. Boom, 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 boom. And I was like, well, that all worked well. I trained them well. Everything, no incident occurred, and they all did what they were supposed to. So it made me feel good that, anything. And then someone came over to the house once, and they tried to pick up C, and Ghost did not know him at the time, and he lost his mind. Because where are they taking the child? It's like the Mandalorian. Where are they taking Baby Yoda? And he was not having it. I had to grab him and hold him back. I'm like, you need to put her down. This is not going to end well for you. But, he came around after that and he was fine. But he didn't know who he was. And the first thing he does is grab the kid. It's not going to work well for you in this house if that occurs. But yeah, Steve, very much to the same point. Love you. I have had friends come from out of state that I work with, friends for 10 years. They came over to the house. They're like, who are you? I'm going to probably lick you in a minute, but I need to know who you are. Please stand by for the test. and that's how they are, which is what I have them here for, really, but not really. I have them here because they're like my kids. They're just furry kids.
No, absolutely. And then you have Dave and his dog.
The Cavachon, well, it's Trista's dog, but yeah, that Lily,
It's
I
your
know-
dog too,
I know.
Dave.
but it stays with her, and I want it here, but right now that doesn't, not part of the right now plan. In about 8-10 months, it will be. But yeah, she's good. I think she's what now, 11 or 12. So all the stuff on Instagram I got her was like the adventure dog, and shocked in how much when we stayed up in the North Shore camping and we'd go hiking and whatever else. Look how dry she was and how excited she was to do this shit. And usually it's Trista will get up, walk like 3 feet. She'll come out of like a dead sleep, like snoring like 10 seconds before, just to walk there and then pretty much just like lay down. And like, you really needed to do that? She's not going anywhere else. She's just over there. Just relax. But she's not. I don't know. I like her. That's about the size though that I like. The big dogs, I just don't like energy. I like them like me, where it's just like you want to be petted? Come over here. You don't want to be touched or anything? Stay over there. Not throw me this. Throw me that. No. I'll nudge a ball with my foot or something. That's the extent of it. Or unless I want to see something stupid where I'm like I can set it up where if I throw this, you're gonna go crashing into the wall. Get some amusement out of it. And then you come back and then I'll give you some pets and whatnot and belly rubs. But yeah, if people don't like dogs, that's like an automatic red flag. Throw you in the La Brea tar pit. I mean, I don't have any time for that. Because if I see like corgis, those are my dogs. At some point I will own a horde of corgis. If I see those at like a dog park, at whatever point this is going to be, I don't even know if I talk to whoever's with the corgi. I wouldn't even give a shit. It could be Josh Johnson. It could be a supermodel. I wouldn't care. That corgi's getting all my attention because that's basically me in dog form, a fat little yipper.
The only difference is you don't have short legs.
No, that's. I mean, if I was like 5'4", then yes, that would be a very accurate representation. But yeah,
The Australian Shepherd moves slow. So I'm from Pennsylvania. So my wife always says, you just move so slow. I said, that's how we work. We're very programmed, concise. I map it out. I plan it. I know I got it down. And then I execute steps A through Z and it's done. No. When I moved here, it's step A, you're at Z, back to A to D. And that's not how, but Dryden, he's the chillest dog in the world. He operates like I do. And she says, that dog was meant for you. When we picked him up, the kids were like, oh, there's a black lab. I'm like, no. I looked under the table. I see these eyes looking at me. I'm like, okay. And he crawls out and I'm like, he looks like a bear. And he looks at me and I look at him and he crawls out from under the table. I put my palm down. He comes into the palm of my hand. I look at him. He looks at me. I'm like, that's it. I said, pay the lady. She has way too many guns in here. And I'm kind of frightened. Let's go. And I said, if I saw 3 or 4, I'd be like, yeah, we're in the middle of the country. Okay. But I saw 16. I got to go now. This is something something's bothering me. Well, let's go. So I got this dog that looks like a bear. And I'm like, and he's just looking at me the whole way home. And I'm like, we're like kindred spirits. So he's been with me for 10 years he's been, he's my me and a dog for him, and I love him to death. He's just great. And then Ghost just argues with me constantly, like my wife. It's just it's her and a dog. But I'll come up the steps when this is all over, and he'll look at me. Where have you been? You will now be put through 3 hours at minimum. Oh, you're sleeping? Oh, no. You will now take me outside. 3 seconds later, pushes the door open. The little one follows him back out. Then I got him outside. Then, come on, little guy. No, the big dog told me I get a treat if I come in the house. I said, that's not how this works. Don't learn from him. Learn from the other dog who listens to me. The other one doesn't listen to me all the time. Listen, this one, the brown one. Listen to him. No. It's... And my wife sits there and laughs at me. Do something with those dogs. I'm trying. It's 3:00. I've worked till now. I want to sleep. But he's being a jerk. But I couldn't, like my dad said, what would you do? I always say, do you want a husky? Tell my dad. He's like, oh, I'll leave Snowball alone. He's a good dog. I'm like, yeah, I said, he's a good dog. But I'd be lost without him. When I traveled and I came home, it was like I've been gone for 15 years. In my face. He never licks me. He licks my face. Tore my shirt. I came home from Chicago, tears my shirt, rips it down the front, rips buttons off, going nuts. I'm home. 2 days later, I could tell that you're not leaving. I will return to being a dick. And he just every time, oh, he's sleeping. Watch this. 2 inches from my face. And it's just like, and they glow at you because it's nighttime, and those eyes hit the little light that shines in the room. They glow red. And you just, hi, I would like to go out. Okay. It keeps it interesting around here. So I'll disappear down here to sort cards, and they're like, I can hear him at the top of the steps, and he'll put his paws down. What are you doing? I'm like, sorting cards. Stay up there with your sister, as I call her, my daughter, and your mother. I'm like, okay, I'll be up. And I'm trying to work or do something, and but he's great. After all that is said, he's great. And I couldn't imagine my life without him, because when no one's around, like when everybody leaves, he'll come and put his big head on me, and he'll just look at me like, I love you, but you'll never ever let the woman see me do this. Never. I will never show her that I love you and adore you. When she's back, and when the child is back, I will return to being a jerk. So,
you are non-existent.
Yeah, as soon as they come home, like flipping a coin, boom.
Oh,
Stuffing things. We've covered a lot of stuffing things. Saw some cards.
Yeah, well, that's the joys of not having any topics of conversation.
This is the greatest podcast ever. Not that I'm on it, but in general. This is episode, 17?
Yep.
I've been here almost all of them from the beginning to the end in some way or form. I might not be seen, but I'm there. And, like once I found out Dave was having this, I'm like, I'll give this a shot. We'll see what this Steve dude's like. And
you're not missing much.
But I am. If I don't, this is Tuesday night. Wait till your box gets there. Then you could read something, and then it'll be all heartfelt and sentimental and stuff and things. You'll enjoy.
Yes. And before I forget, since you brought that up, so for those glorious few viewers that are still here, that stick around to the very end, those dedicated individuals. I was trying to think of some other adjective, and
Couldn't think of one at the moment.
Our glorious friends.
So originally, and this is before, so Dave and I have known for some time that we were going to have Vinny on. Some of you already had guessed it. I mean, we had alluded to it in the past anyways. So Vinny, being the generous guy that he is, he and his daughter put together care packages for Dave and I. And Dave got his. I was supposed to get mine on Monday. We were hoping to get it today, and it didn't show up, unfortunately. But we were actually going to open them live because nothing better than opening things live, especially in an environment like this with the commenters and stuff along those lines. You really get the genuine reaction and everything else. And not to mention, since, C helped, we wanted to make sure that she had the opportunity to watch as well. So what the plan is, I'll go ahead and preface this. When my box shows up, whenever that is, and Benny will keep me in the loop of that as he continues to check, we're going to do an impromptu live stream. We can actually call it 18 if we want, Dave. I don't know if you, or 17.1, 17A, whatever. So just throwing that out there. We're hoping that it will be sometime this week. And I'm really looking forward to it. I was, as I told Benny, I was quite upset and disappointed that, it didn't show up because I was looking forward to it. I know Vinny was. I know his daughter is. And, Dave's been stuck having his now for 2 days. So Dave has to wait a little bit longer. So thank you, Dave, for your patience, because I think it would really cool for both of us to be able to do it at the same time.
Let's see if I can find the name on there.
Blades of Steel. King who?
Clancy.
Fancy.
Oh.
And again, it sucks because it's the vault, which has like 800 of the 101s, but at the same time, to get his piece of the skate or whatever, I think it's like $14.
Wow.
So that's the bad part about like, oh, I like those cards. Then you start Blades of Steel, sports trading cards, ice hockey cards. Oh, Tim Hortons in there. So I'm just like, I had to lay off the Tim Horton one that was on last night, and it pained me to do that, but so
I at least know who that is.
because of the coffee.
No, not because it's hockey. Because they have the
coffee.
Oh no, because of the brand.
Because it's sort of like up in Canada, like a Caribou or something like that. You got mostly coffee, but then you got some like bakery type stuff for the morning, bagels or whatever. And if Carlos would be around still, which I'm sure that I said his name, he'll be immediately typing. He can better explain the importance. But I think it's more like a Caribou, what they've become, or a Starbucks, where they've become like not just coffee only, the pastries and some other shenanigans like that.
Well, I was also referring to the cards because they have the Tim Horton cards.
There's
I
like
was
6 of them.
doing the Tim Horton card last night. That's what I said.
I was talking about, doesn't Upper Deck produce it?
Yep.
Or manufacture it? That's what I was referring to, not the individual themselves. It's the brand, Dave, the brand.
I should never question your hockey knowledge, Steve.
Yeah.
I apologize.
See, listen to your own damn advice, Dave. Shut up and listen.
There's 6 of them around here. Nothing. If you're not in Canada, you can't get the cards. I can spit on 2 of them from where I'm sitting and probably hit them, and nothing. They do regional sets like for the wings, and they'll do they do some other promotion. Like they're doing one in Canada now. It's a locker with a stick in it, and it's like McDavid, Crosby, Ovechkin, and I think maybe 2 goaltenders, maybe Lundqvist, Luongo, maybe. I'm not 100% sure, but around here you get nothing. There's no cards except the regional stuff. But I've traveled to Canada, so when the border was open, there was. I'm trying to see. Yeah, I'm right here. I want to hang myself.
And Joey, if you send something tonight, I haven't checked because I'm on my phone now, and if I were to check it, that would completely destroy the stream or make it that much better. Depending on who you ask.
Wow. Had to go fetch them here.
Thanks for stopping.
No worries. Yep, take it easy, Ty.
This was Canadian Tire, which is up in Canada, coast to coast. It's it's Upper Deck OPG. So I saw this set online. I'm like, I will complete this set. And I will buy it in boxes and complete it from packs. Then I found out it's only in Canada. But I was past the point of commitment. So we're driving to the border, and my daughter had won her soccer tournament and killed it in school, and everything was good. So we said, we're going to Canada to Toys R Us. So we pull up to the border. What is your purpose of going to Canada? Let's see if this is believable. We're going to Toys R Us, sir, and then I'm going to run over across the street to coast to buy hockey cards. Okay, carry on. And away we went. So we get there, and Toys R Us is there, and I'm looking, I'm like, oh, there's cards at Toys R Us, isn't there? Okay, wife, and pick what you want. I'll be back. I go up to the front, and I'm like, oh, cards. So I think it was SP Retail and something else. I'm like, oh, only in Canada, the great country to our north, the hockey mecca. So I'm grabbing stuff, and I go and I put in, what are those? My wife, I said, don't worry. I said, I'll pay for everything. I got it. So we're coming out. It's in a strip mall. And I'm like, I wonder where this coast to coast is. And I'm like, I can't use my phone. I have service plan in Canada, and I've gone across this border before and it worked, but it's not working today. Where is this coast to coast? Where could it be? And I'm looking around, and my wife goes, across my head. I'm like, what? She goes, there. And it's like 2 stores down. We're inside the mall. She goes, there's the opening to it. I'm like, okay. So I go in there, and I'm like, where are your hockey cards? They're like, hockey cards? I'm like, coast to coast hockey cards. There should be a lot of them here somewhere. I read it online. You have 1,563 packs. I couldn't ship them to myself because you can't ship to America. I need these cards. So I go walking through the store, and they're at the checkout, of course, and there's a line. Excuse me, pardon me. I get there. I'm like, oh. And I'm doing the math in my head. I'm like, 2 boxes. I won't get yelled at if I just buy 2 boxes and 36 packs or 22 packs or something. I'm like, that'll be an even number. She won't yell at me. So I get up there and take them back to and the people are looking. They're like, are you American? I'm like, yes, I am. They're like, you came here to buy hockey cards. Yes, I did. Why? Because I'm crazy. I want these cards. I'm making the set. Goodbye. I hope you have a wonderful day, but thank you for the sport. I love it. I love it to death. It's great. And I need your cards because you're the only place that has these. And I made a stupid commitment to myself that no matter what, this set was going to be completed.
And you dumbasses won't ship to me.
Well, yeah, I didn't know Carlos at the time or Mike or anybody that say, hey guys, do your Uncle Vinny a favor. ship me some of this stuff. So I got, at the time I got 2 boxes and a bunch of loose packs. Then I won 2 eBay auctions for like, there's supposed to be 2 Canadian a pack. I won 2 more boxes for a decent price. And now they're going for like 150 a box. And then I had this one. Well, I finished the set. I had to buy 4 cards, I think. I was like, I tap out. It's been a good run. It's like 200 and some cards. It's like 150 cards and 50 rookies or superstars, rookies, but I got it. I finished it. Now I got one of the insert sets. I don't have the other one, the Great North, but that one's harder. And then there's like different places in Canada, like OPG does, almost like Champs does with the dinosaurs and things of the Western Plains, animals of the Western Plains. It's those kind of cards. But I wanted the base set of 100 cards. Then it was the superstars, the legends, and then the rookies. So there's a 4-piece to the base set. And took me till last 2 months ago, and I finally got it done, mostly out of packs, which is what I like to do. I love ripping the stuff, and at the time it was affordable for a hobby box, or this is actually retail, but for $60 for this box, it's not bad. And it was C would look at me, why are you so dead? I said, because it will be done. It's like Carlos. Yeah, oh yes, it will be completed. There's no doubt. I have to do it. It's thrown down the gauntlet, got to do it. So
is that 1920?
1819.
1819.
Yeah, this was 1819. And in each one of these is there's a numbered card. I'm trying to think. It's numbered to 100. It's like Starry Nights, Canadian Nights or something. And it's to 99. There's 1 per box. And there's of every card. So you have 250 different opportunities of that. They made 99 of each. And I think I've gotten Fleury and Bork out of a box. And then there's this one sealed. And then those are the 2 big boxes. And I forget who else I got. One of them I got, it was bent. It was James Neal. I got the card, and it looked like that card you got from Germany. It was heartbreaking. I was like, quality control. But that was a quest of a set. That was, that's been my biggest set building thing. I try to get a set for every year. I don't think they're doing it for 1920. I never saw it come out, probably because of all the stuff that went on. But if they do it again and I could get it, I probably do it again. So when I start making videos, I will showcase it.
Now that you've made your debut, you know what to expect. You should feel comfortable doing it.
Yeah, this helped. I got to figure out all the make this not the kids and all that stuff. That's the stuff that I want to figure out, and then how to upload and all that. I'll read some tutorials, ask you guys a ton of questions, and then
upload's easy.
Yeah. I'll film it on my phone or use a camera or something. And
yeah, if you use it on your phone, it's super easy.
Yeah, that's what I'll probably do.
I mean, you just go to your camera, record the video. Then when you go to YouTube, you see like on the top part of it, I think there's like a little camera icon. You tap that, and I think it says either go live or upload.
I've seen that.
Then you go to upload, and then you pick from your gallery or whatever it is. Boom. And then I think it's the COPA thing or the whatever. Is this video suitable for children or something? Then there's like 2 questions. Then you type in the title or whatever you put, and then upload, and then just wait.
Gotcha.
Yeah, it's for somebody who's not technologically savvy like me. It's simple.
I used to be, but sometimes things pass me up because I'm worried about something else. And this that I really want to do and figure out. And I would have probably, I was all jonesed about this a year ago. Then the Coke thing came out. And I'm sort of like Ray from Philly. I worry about that kind of stuff because it'll be my dumb luck that I'm the guy that algorithm 6.72, Vinny. And then I'm the guy that my wife, they're calling for you. You put some video on YouTube? Of course I did. And that'll be the time that it goes because she loves it. She watches all kinds of stuff on there, educational stuff, kids playing video games, all kinds of stuff. I have to watch the YouTubes with kids. Now she figured out on her own, she's 9, she figures out how to put it on the TV, get everything she wants, but I can't figure this out. But she's 9. She's like, Dad, it's easy. Just go here, this button here. Look, there's YouTube. I'm like, well, I'll be danged.
So now you know how to do it.
Yeah, I have you guys on every TV. One day the wife left for an hour. Every TV in the house, from basement to upstairs, had you guys going. And and then the next time I think I had I was trying to find longer videos. So I had Miko on in one room. I had Alico 3. I had you guys in the main room. I had somebody else in Cecilia's room. I had my work phone with something on here. And then I was sitting on the couch. Hi. And I was watching something on it, and she just lost it. Like, why? I said, because I enjoy it. And I said, it's the same reason why when you text me, Chewbacca roars. Because you don't like Star Wars. And I thought, what sound could it possibly be that would annoy you? I chose Chewbacca roaring. So I'm in Chicago at a meeting with all these people, and I forget to put my thing on silent. And I'm sitting across my buddy from engineering. And all of a sudden, and he looks at me, he goes, who's that? I said, my wife. And the whole place just lost me. Chewbacca's your wife. How does she feel about that? How would you think she feels about that?
The one time you can actually get away with pissing her off
and
consistently.
And the same reason why when she calls me, it's the Imperial Death March. Why? Because it's Star Wars and she doesn't like it. I love her with all my heart and soul, but you know, there's those times I just gotta. She does it to me. Hi, honey, and then she knows how to push my buttons. So it's the little things in life that I find enjoyment in. It's like Carlos. I find enjoyment in Carlos. The things that come from him, like he said, once you invoke the "it will be mine," it's over. It's true.
Yep.
He speaks the truth. And I heard about Carlos back. Those back pages mentioned him, and I'm trying to find this channel. I don't know if it was because it had to be separated or I didn't put a comma after the I, but I couldn't find this channel. Then all of a sudden, 2 years later, I find because I'm Carlos. And yeah, that's been an interesting. I watched your watch video from like 4 years ago. It's your only like on it because I appreciated it. And I saw now I understand what the Blu-rays and all that other stuff, movie reviews. So, I mean, these are the kind of things I like to do. I want to go back and figure out there's only so much time we get to spend with each other. You know, we text, we do whatever. But when you're in the middle of the day and the background, I don't want to call it background noise, but something in the background, and you go, huh, and you find something out new about somebody. Not a bad thing. Like Dave said about watching the videos before. X connects to Y. This guy knows this guy. Oh, that guy's pretty cool. Not my cup of tea. Move on. And then you find the next guy. Not everybody's going to be your cup of tea, but why not give it a try? You know, if there's a lot of good stuff you find out there, You know, I'll just put in years of boxes, cards, like 2012, 13 Fleer Showcase or Fleer Ultra Retro. I love that. $1,600 a box. I should have bought. I couldn't understand why they were $200-300. 4 years ago, they were going for like 160 to 100. I'm like, wonder what those are. And I didn't research them because I didn't. And now I could kick myself because I'd have bought 3 cases of the stuff, because that happens to be my favorite set. That retro set 12, 13. I think it's either 9, 10, or 12, 13. I forget which one it is. I have cards from them somewhere, but I mean, I could kick myself. And somebody has them for $1,600 a box. I'm like, okay, there's good stuff in there, but those aren't $1,600 good. There's not a LeBron rookie. There's not a Jordan rookie. There's not a Luka, Mahomes, and it's hockey. It's hockey. But
Well,
now
it's those inserts, though, man. It's the iconic inserts and the name, the name recognition.
There's so many of them too. I have that's one of my favorite boxes sitting over here to my left. Fleer. And
they did PMGs too, didn't they?
Yep.
Multiple variations though.
Yeah.
Like 3 or 4.
I've seen
They did the same thing in football, but I think they only did it 1 year.
Yeah, so
I think
this is the card that started it all right here. This hooked me in the hobby. So
Fleer Ultra.
this was, I went with my brother, I think just my middle brother and we went to a place called Cuz's Corner. And I bought 3 or 4 packs of this, and I pulled 2 Lemieux and a Lemieux insert. And I'm like, this is fantastic. And I went back later, and we went shopping, and I'll never forget Whitney Houston's I Will Always Love You played that day 72 times. It's burned in my memory. I will never forget that. And I just remember that song playing. So every time I see this, I think of Whitney Houston's I Will Always Love You from The Bodyguard. But this is the card that launched 1,000 ships, as they say. And I have several boxes of the unopened wax. Why? It's like the Catcher in the Rye from that movie with Mel Gibson. Every time he felt nervous, he had to grab the Catcher in the Rye. Well, that's me in a box of 92, 93 Fleer Ultra. Anytime I'm having a bad day, I just grab a box. Good Fleer Ultra. Thank you for being you. Appreciate it. Yeah, it's that was the that's what locked me in. But I want to show a PMG.
So since you have unopened wax, what's your highest valued, just out of curiosity, that you have currently?
Wax.
Yeah, unopened.
Well, there's a blue PMG. And here's the red.
So pretty.
These $12, $20. Not to talk about prices, but when I got these, and I didn't know what they were. I hadn't gotten my Beckett Bible. I was like, they're pretty, they shine. I like them. I will take them. And I'm like, that seems to be an honest price. I don't know what PMG is, but that's that looks good. Let me try not to hang myself again. I went from wireless to wired, so this is difficult.
Yeah, I think I only have one PMG from football when they put it out, and it's the one numbered to 5.
See, I don't know if I've got anything Doug Martin. I might have something that year, but thankfully Amaro wasn't in 14.
Dave, are your subcockles ready?
See, is that the old one?
96, 97 Fleer metal.
Wow.
David Adams, $50 a year ago. I saw it. I was like, oh, I'm quite aware of what's in here. Password, password. What's the password? Why do I do this to myself and make a different password for everything? And couldn't hit the button fast enough when I saw this. I don't know if I'll ever open it.
I'd sit on that till I don't know.
I told my dad I can't bring myself to open it because
No.
I think it's worth more here that I could say, okay, 20 years to see. You need a car, you need wheels on a car, you need something. And there you go. There it is. So I mean, that's just I'm gonna just start reaching behind me. But
Yeah, I wish I would have sat on some of the boxes I opened, but that's the thing. I can't have unopened boxes and not open them.
here, I asked Carlos and Carvin. I don't know if they saw it, but does anybody know what this sticker is? Let me try to. Oh, where are you?
That's the price. Oh, the vintage thing?
Yeah, Vintage Sports Card. Was that a company? Matt thinks it was just something that was generically made. But I
That might have
see
been
that
a
sticker.
redistribution type thing. That's what I'm guessing, because I remember some of them had like a 1999 price, because that's where I got my. And I think they distributed it through like the major retailers, because I remember getting like a 96 Upper Deck football. That was 1999, I think in like 98 from Kmart. And I remember seeing that, but I think that might have been just a company that maybe Upper Deck or whoever used it. All these brands said, you know what, we're loaded with some of the stuff here. Let's just kick it out and try to just move it. Which in retrospect, fuck, I wish I would have saved all that.
No kidding. But I remember going to Meyer. We didn't have Meyer in Pennsylvania, but Meyer's popular in the Midwest. And I remember when it was probably 2011, 2012, only here a couple years. And I went to Meyer and I'm looking at all the cards, and there's tons of that, tons of it. With that might have been the label on it at the time. I don't know. But just looking at it, I'm like, why didn't you get back into it then? Because you have 3 kids and a wife and you got to do all this stuff. I don't think they were actually. Yeah, that's what Matt said too. But I was that thing had me curious for a while since I got back in to figure out, and if like Steve, the value to me doesn't. I'll crack a box of that open. Not that particular one, but I have most of the wax. Like Batnock Cursive was on there. He has about 60 boxes of wax. I don't have quite all that, but I want to be able to sit there and when Cecilia wants to open a box, come on, Dad, let's open a box of cards. Okay. And just when she gets that inkling, I want to take advantage of it. Lately, she's had that, it's Saturday. There's no practice. There's no soccer. There's no softball. She's got all her work done. She's played the iPad ad nauseum, whatever else. Dad, I want to open a box of cards. I like the fact that I could be able to do it. And I stockpiled a little bit. And I hate to see people not able to do that kind of stuff with their kids. And if I knew somebody was out there that needed it, I'd send them a box, Like I knew Matt was hunting for Tebow, his rookie. When we were at a show in here, the one that JT sets up, some guy had that box. I think it's 93, 94 Tops, Series 1 and 2, $10 a box. He had a case of both of them. I said, what would you do for both cases? He said, $100. I'm like, there, give me them. Come walking out to the car with that. The wife was supremely happy at me. She's like, what's that? I said, wait, I'm sorry. I couldn't carry it all. I have to make another trip. Oh, this is too much. And I'm like, you wish it was only that now. But so I come back and I said, by the way, Cecilia's carrying that pink bag. I said, that's full too. But I said, I only spent I spent what I took in. It's all. I said there's no charge cards involved. I have a budget. You know, I set a budget for a month, and I've watched cards go by. I said no. Like I bought that Golden Lemieux. I was like, that's a chunk of the budget. Now you gotta stick to the budget. And you know, wonder if the dryer needs something. And that comes out of my petty cash fund. And you know, that's why I think about it. And that's sometimes I think, what could I sell? You know, I've gone to places and I've had cards with me, and I've traded to get stuff I want. And they're like, "You're really going to trade that for this here?" I'm like, "Yeah, I don't care about." I have a Patrick Mahomes rookie. I have one. I have it, so that's good for me. I have several of them because I saved them. Like I said, cash or card currency. Those 4 Lemieux right there, I don't have. I would like them. And then I would like those 5 boxes of cards because that's what you're going to give me for them. That equals the value. Bada bing, here's your card. Bartering system. Thank you. And you know, that's what I like to do, you know. And those guys think I'm nuts because I'm going to give up a Patrick Mahomes rookie. I'm like, I don't collect him. I want a rookie card of him because I want to have him. I think he's an awesome player. I think he's an awesome human being. But frankly, I don't collect the guy. And I think in this stage of the game, when I get his cards, I keep them. But if somebody said I need that, I'll do it. I'm like, here. I had some Lamar card numbered to 20. I'm like, I walked around and was like, anybody want this? And that's before I knew who JT was, because I'd probably, if he could move it, I know he would do well with it. He'd be the first stop I would make. I'd say, here, what can you do with these? I think they would better serve you making money out there because this is what you do for a living. If I got something that I don't want and you could move it and you have something that I'm hunting for, there you go. Boom. I'd like to see, you know, Brian B. Ross 6. He's another one that's into this now. You know, if I had something that they could move and I didn't want it, I'd reach out to him and say, here, you think you can move this? We'll split it 50-50 or something of that nature. You know, it's the community of people who want to do well and do right by other people. Those are the ones that I'm going to reach out to, or they could reach out to me, and I'm going to do what I can. If I got it, I that's my main collection's in this guy. You know, it's in him. But if I pull a blaster and I get something good and somebody wants it and they could do well with it and I don't need it, I got a duplicate. It's all about, like when I was younger, it's duplication. You know, get the card to get a couple more, get rid of those to get something else you don't have. It's simple laws of card collecting. Not card investing, card collecting. You know, move what you can to get what you want. Try to help somebody out, you know, and go from there.
Well, Vinny's not coming back on anymore. He's not on the hashtag invest. He's done.
One and done. Vinny goes hard for 4 hours and 28 minutes, and there he goes. Take it off. Bye.
Much
I
love,
said
Vinny.
I would change my
Much
hat
love.
to mark the hours. And I was like, I got through all 5 hats. I said that was my goal. I want to go on those lines of epicness on the Revolution podcast. So I've achieved my goal. I got my 5th hat on for the night.
And we're coming up on the 4.5 hour mark, and we know Dave's got to get up early.
Yeah.
So we try our best not to go too much longer than this.
Yeah, it's 1:14 here where I am. So it's what, 12:14 there?
Yep.
Your answer for that, Vinny?
they're not bad. Most of them are reasonable. There's some guys that are, there's one or two that show up and then you never see them again. But JT sets up at that show. So, that's one of the most reasonable guys that there could be. His stuff's good. There's a guy that sets up there with tons of young guns and those 90s insert. That guy's reasonable. There's some other guys that set up with supplies, reasonable for the supplies. The Wax, he had 95, 96 Bowman hockey, and he sets up at multiple shows, but he only puts out so much at the one, then puts out everything in the kitchen sink at another. Well, we've had the one show where JT sets up. The other show, JT, I don't think goes to that one. And that's the one where there is Waxapalooza. I mean, they had McDavid's rookie year OPC Platinum for $100 a box. And I didn't buy them because at the time it wasn't I was here. Now I'm more like that. But I was more worried about the 95, 96 Bowman for $15, making a deal for that because I like the 90s. That's what I wanted. I had a plan. I want to buy certain things, and I have that set almost done by just Wax from when I was a kid, Wax when I was a teenager, and then a couple boxes that I bought. And that's something that's another one I want to put together with the they have the silver coating parallels. Yeah. Something else in that. Oh, they have the Bowman's Best. I pack pulled most of the Bowman's Best out of there, not the refractors, but I had put together almost a whole Bowman's Best set. And then I finished it up by grabbing a couple. Boxes got too ridiculous. So I said, there comes a point where, but those shows, Ed, that's why I said, if you guys are looking for something and I see something that you're hunting wax wise or card wise, I'll haggle, I'll dicker, I'll go in there and I'll see what I can do and I'll grab it. And, it's like that Zamaya card that you're looking for with Josh Johnson. Maybe a Zamaya guy around here, Detroit. All of a sudden I see, and then answer your phone. I got to get your phone number. That would probably be a good starting point. Text Steve to text Dave, send me his phone number, and I will call you. I will say, what do you want to pay? What are we going to do? I don't even know what something like that would go for, for Josh Johnson. But I would think it would probably, even with him and Zamaya, I would think 300-400 because of what it is.
That'd probably be top end. I'd hope it'd be between like 225 and 3.
Yeah,
that's where I'd feel. I wouldn't even feel comfortable doing that much, but that's where I'd want to do it. If it took more, I'd tell you, call me, see if he wants to do like a partial, do a cash trade or something that can figure something out. Because again, if they're looking for something, I probably have. More than likely, again, not anything super rare or super hot, but there's stuff, again, that I have that somebody's got to want. And even if they don't want it, they know somebody that is looking for it and they can immediately move on it. But yeah, I don't know. That's always the problem. You think, what's it gonna cost for something like that, or that Super Fractor 06?
Oh, I think we lost him.
If, with your permission, Dave, I can send Vinny your number if you're good with that.
No, don't do that. Mm-hmm.
I'm still going to ask permission. I'm not going to ever assume.
Yeah, that's fine.
We'll give him a few minutes just to see if he can come back real quick so we can actually sign off the correct way, because I'd like to be able to sign off with him on. Because it looked weird while you were talking. All of a sudden, it was like, did he freeze?
Like, are you really listening that intently to what I have to say? Ooh,
His internet connection must be worse than the Amish.
which is shocking. This one hasn't been too bad. I know the time I was on with JT, it was shitty.
He should still be able to pull the link.
Yeah, there's
Vinny, you should be able to still access it from your phone. We want to do a proper sign off with you if we can. If not, that's fine too. I leave that up to you.
yeah, 'cause you use the internet, or even if you went to the link that I sent them on
Instagram.
and then if you click on that link and it's like open a new browser, something like that. So you can go there and think. That's what I've had to do for Carlos' show when we've spoken for a moment or two.
Yeah, we'll see if he pops back on.
Yeah, the grocery store I work at bought the Shopco building in town, so they're planning a move September of 21. Like, so you're gonna have who move this stuff in the middle of summer when it's busier than shit? No, not to me. I don't get paid enough as it is. I'm not gonna be throwing my back out for the rest of my life because the people that own the place don't want to lift a finger. That's not gonna be happening.
Well, if they do ask you, tell them it's going to cost you.
Oh, I know that. That'll be
And throw some astronomical price out there. There he is.
Technology.
Well, we won't keep you on too long since we were about to wrap up, but we wanted to do a formal sign off with you actually still being here.
Yeah, I have you on the TV up here. I had you on my phone. I had you on a computer over here, and I had you somewhere else. And all of a sudden, boom! Everything's the will of death. I'm like, here we go. Our cable company at night, they like to do an update because I have internet, cable, and phone through the same thing. And my wife's like, well, have them send a signal. I said, it's 1:00 in the morning. It said, who cares about the signal? It'll work out in the morning. But I'm like, take the Wi-Fi off the phone. I'm like, remember your email passwords you set up, and then get on your phone, and hopefully that works. So, sorry about that.
well, it's
No
okay.
worries, man. No need to apologize. We all deal with intermittent issues from time to time. It happens.
Yeah, technology, as great as it is, at times you want to punch technology in the nuts and say, fuck off.
Yep.
Yes.
So, Vinny, I will send you Dave's cell phone number tomorrow, or I should say today, since we're all three past midnight.
Yep.
But,
Thank you, Chris. I appreciate it.
Oh,
no,
absolutely.
absolutely. Thanks for willing to jump out there and making the choice to do your first one with us. I mean, that's, as I told you, man, that really put a smile on my face knowing that, of all people and all options, so to speak, you chose us. So, I mean, makes me feel good.
Wouldn't have it any other way. Like I said, Dave and Matt were the first guys to talk to me that, paid more attention to me than 5 seconds. And once I found a place, I was in. I'm like that stray cat. I never go away. I'm going to follow you around. Hey, Dave. Hey, Dave. Hey, Dave. Oh, Steve.
Nothing.
Hi, Steve.
Nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that. So, same thing we always do, Dave. I'm going to steal your thunder a little bit, but Vinny, anything you have in closing?
Just like Caesar says, love the hobby. Love the hobby. Love the people in the hobby. Collect. Make some money if you can. Help somebody out if you can. Say something nice. Be cool to each other. Be righteous. Be like Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure. Just be cool. This is a great hobby. I've been around it for almost 44 years. It's been a good place then, and I hope it's going to be a great place now. I want my kid to enjoy this. So, and I hope 20 years from now, I'm sitting on here with Dave talking about chicken sandwiches, and you finally found the Terrell Davis barbecue sauce you've been hunting. It's what I want to see, and hopefully I can, not that I would be on again, but if I'm around and you guys want somebody on here, I like to see Bob Lewis. I like to talk to Ed, be on the screen with the same guys and bounce stuff off of them. It'd be cool. Carlos, maybe I'll end up on his pod with a meat. Holy Lord. The both of us together, I have my meat sheet back there. I have to cover stuff from work. I have my meat sheet. He covers stuff up. And,
I was going to say that's going to be the new hashtag, a meat sheet.
Yeah. But I mean, there's people, Carlos. I wouldn't think of what would it be without it. Bob Lewis, Ed, chiming in, Ty, Dr. Exclusive. I didn't know these people before. Now it's weird. Herds fan.
I didn't either.
Paul, Matt. It's 2020 been a rough year. It's been rough, but dang, something good's come out of it. I think when you make friends that you think you're going to be friends with for the next 30, 40 years, 50, maybe we'll live that long. That's the qualities of life. That's the great things. To be talking
100%.
cards in our 60s, it'd be great.
Yep.
Okay, now my windbag moment's over.
Yeah, at some point, I've got ideas. I've ran them past Steve. I've talked to Bob a couple times about certain things too. Just because I've said I like getting people on here. And I know Steve does too, because it gets him an opportunity to see everybody, since I seem to be doing the tours of being on other people's shows as well. But I mean, just when you have, let's say you're on here, Steve's on here, then you get Bob, then you get Ed, then you get like Joe. You have people that may not be totally familiar with each other. You see other people posting or commenting or whatever, but now you can sit there and interact, and then it feels like, okay, this is from like, okay, a level of commenting, a level of watching videos. Now we're interacting all together real time, so it just feels, I won't say natural, but it feels more real. So I like doing that. I mean, I'm open to having, and I think Steve would be the same way, or he'd agree with me, hoping to have anyone that wants to be on here that loves the hobby. I mean, even if we have differences, I've said it before, I'll say it again. Even if Mike, baseball collector, I said, hey, you want to be on? We'll get a few other people on. Just talk hobby. I don't care. Hobby talk, you don't all have to have the same opinion. We've always said the opinion of forcing an opinion is the bad part. You want to discuss opinions and you just want to leave it at that. I'll talk to anybody in the hobby because I want to hear it. I want to hear whatever side is on you're on. I want to hear it just so I can hear it. Maybe I haven't thought of it from that vantage point.
Absolutely.
So, yeah,
I want to hear knowledge.
Yeah.
Everybody's going to bring something to the table.
Yeah.
Ray from Philly's putting that 100 card set together. I love watching that. There's a guy, lived on the other state from me, never knew existed. Because, Don't know what he'd be like, but I'd shoot the breeze with him. Why not?
Yeah.
It's nice. It's just nice to talk hobby. It's nice to talk about chicken sandwiches, dogs, everything.
Well, that's why we discuss stuff and things, or things and stuff.
Yeah, it's nice to just forget the world for a while. You hear enough bad news out there. You don't need to hear more. Take a chunk of your Tuesday out and then put a smile on somebody's face.
Well, it's like we've always said, and I've said it multiple times. Opinions are like assholes. Everybody's got one, and Dave and I don't always agree on everything. That's not what this is about. This is not about kissing ass, brown nosing, anything along those lines. It's all about being respectful when you're addressing your opinion, whether it be the same or different from somebody else's. I do my best to treat everybody the same way I want to be treated, even if I disagree with them. I can be an ass. I can be a dick, but it's going to be ultimately if somebody puts me in that position to be that way. I'm not that way by nature. Dave may disagree with that because of some of our conversations, but that's because of the topics of conversation at the time. But that's not who I am. And I surround my people who have varying opinions because that's what makes those discussions fun. Because I don't want somebody who's consistently always agreeing with my opinion. That defeats the purpose. So we've had multiple conversations. The more people we can bring together to have these conversations, to me, the more interesting things come out of the discussions.
Mm-hmm.
And that's ultimately what this is about. We're here to have fun. We're here to talk hobby. We're here to talk chicken sandwiches, cards, comics, toys, dogs. That's just what gummy bears. I expect that in my package, Dave.
And all the notes you gave me about hockey, they all worked well. I think it worked out well. I was happy.
Yep. Well, just remember to sign the check.
I'll get right on that. I'll ask my wife if she has the check book. I'm sure she'll send you a check.
Yeah. Well, at least there's open conversation and not just send it to collections.
Well, now that she's been on with you guys, in theory, she pulled a Vinny and was in the comments. Maybe she'll be here every week, and I can convince her we can watch it together. It'll be a family affair.
Oh, that's a long watch, man. But it's all in good fun. It's always in good fun. And I like I always say, I really do enjoy these. Even if I have a shitty day at work, I look forward to these, the interactions, the laughs. This really does make my week, even when I'm dying the next day. I'm not having to get up as early as Dave, but it still makes for a long day.
Well worth it.
That it is. So, Dave?
So with that, I want to thank you, Vinny, for coming on.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Glad we broke you out of your shell. Got your debut. Now we'll eagerly anticipate those videos coming 13 a day or whatever it will be.
Crawl before you walk, I guess.
Yes. So, again, scrolled most of the show underneath on Instagram. Vinny has a channel there, so go check him out. And with that, way over that's Vinny. That is Steve. I'm Dave. Remember, building collections is great, building friendships through the collecting. That's what this hobby should be about. Good night, everyone.
Good night, guys.
Take care, everybody.